understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. That Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the scenes. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello! Hello, you wonderful, wonderful beings. How y'all doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you living? How you doing, folks? Hello, hello, hello. Yes, hello. We are here. I am closing out of an abundance of tabs. Apologies to all of you. Just realized I had a bajillion quintillion tabs open. Gotta close them all. There we go. Techno Tenore! Thank you for the $10
Imagine
super
this
chat.
with Skeletor's voice. Remember, if you aren't happy, make it a spiteful pride. Because
Very
every day
true.
you exist as your honest self makes the bigots squirm.
Very
Love you
true.
all.
And you know what? You don't have to imagine it with Skeletor's voice, because I can read it in Skeletor's voice. Remember, if you aren't happy, make it a spiteful pride, because every day you exist as your honest self makes the bigot squirm. Love you all. Yeah! All right. I don't know where that came from. I don't know what happened to me. Oh no. All right. Thank you very much. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Hello, hello. I'm just gonna say hello to everybody, and then we're gonna jump into our first segment real quick, okay? Hello, T-Leif. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Captain Lissa. Lissa. Hello, Techno Tenore. Hello, Fresh Out of the Asylum. Hello, how we doing? Hello, Sage. Hello, Sweet and Sour Serena. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, the jazziest dog you know, aka Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog you know. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Christina. Hello, Blake Gunnels. Hello, how we doing? The Rust Bard. Hello, Tyrion Rogue. Hello, Draconics. Hello, Sonia Sluss. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Cesar V. Hello, how we doing, everybody? Hello, Conjure Gay Frogs. Ran out of spell slots. It's cantrips today. That's okay. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. I've been a mod for 5 years. Everyone, congratulate Erica on being a mod of 5 years. That is some intense dedication. Thank you so much, friend. Hello, Limes Floofy Otaku. Hello, How to Be Epic. Hello, Sapphire Rose. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello.
Dave Rubin made a mistake. A mistake? A singular mistake?
You know, sometimes when people say a mistake, they mean a whole tapestry of mistakes. You know, kind of like that Star Trek The Next Generation episode Tapestry, where we see a whole tapestry of mistakes get made. Hello, Jenny Wolferson. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Glitchmaster. Hello, Kiss Majol. Hello, Penguin Laurent. Hello, how we doing, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Vox Foxman. Hello, Soap the Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, howdy. And anyone who is too late will have to get their hellos later. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Meowing Star. Hello, Mr. Malachite. There we go. I knew we'd get a few more coming in here. All right. Well, folks, we're going to be talking with Progressive Victory today to talk about how to get organized, how to contribute to specific campaigns. Because for a long time, I've been telling you guys, hey, get involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA. Some of you don't feel comfortable doing that for different reasons, but all of you can get involved with a campaign that has a candidate with a face, presumably, who is willing to go to bat for the little guy, which is all of you. You're all little guys, all right? Who are those guys? Never heard of them. I've worked a lot with Progressive Victory in the past, and you know what? We're gonna jump on in here, and I'm gonna pull them into the voice chat, and then hopefully we'll get video working. Let's do that. Here we go. Boop, boop.
Oh,
It's not. It's
We're
just
doing
keeps
it.
saying it's.
oh,
We're
hello,
doing it
we're in.
live. Hello, you're in.
Hi.
Hello. Let me get this show on the road
I've-
here.
I have no idea what's going on with my camera, so
Oh,
I guess
Well,
you're just gonna have to get a whole look at
we
Jenny,
get
and then
involved with
Benjamin's
a
just gonna be
campaign
out
with a
there on his
heel?
own, unfortunately.
well.
Let me
Yeah.
see here.
Also, thank you, Sake. I got one of the subscriptions. Thank you.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
Fuck you, Sokka. Use super chat.
Let me see. I just need to hide my my mug here.
Not PV. What a fucking nightmare. I'm always saying this.
I know. All right. No.
Yeah, Jack, you're one of the few people who manages to, or one of the few streamers who manages to say my name right the first time. When Hassan read it out a couple of years ago, or like a couple of years ago, like last year, he straight up butchered it and said Jenny Wordlerferson. It's
She
good
always
stuff.
sells the story. She's like obsessed or something.
I think it's funny.
Yeah, that's the reason.
I don't know why I can't get it's only letting me show either just Jenny or all three of us. I guess it'll be all three of us. Just so you're not as
Right.
alone on screen.
Well, so
there we
far
go.
I can't even get my video working, so might as well just go with just Jenny.
There we go. I don't know. I feel like your calming blue presence adds to the field.
That's true. Although I'm anything but a calming blue presence.
Hashtag small head
He does, in
problem.
fact, make me very angry a lot of days.
Yeah, you're an aggravating blue
Not
presence.
a calming individual.
That's true. That's for sure. Anyway, it's good getting a chance to talk to you again.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What's PV? I've never heard of PV before. Benjamin,
Yeah.
have
what
you
is
ever
it?
heard of this thing called Progressive Victory before?
Yeah. What is this thing?
Yeah.
It's a slush fund for Destiny.
It's very true.
No, but for real, we have actually been working together for quite some time. I go back with Progressive Victory back to when the original founder was like just kind of testing out these ideas in like the streaming space. We did like I think you can still find it on my channel, like a very small like Medicare for all type rally way back in like 2022 maybe.
That sounds about right.
Ooh, one of the
Yeah.
OG streamers.
One of the
Yeah.
OGs. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we worked together on what was it? We did a trans group kind of for political organizing.
I believe it was called the Transel Culture Squad or
Yeah,
something like that.
it was like Transel Culture or something like that. the name probably could have workshopped it a little bit more. But you know what?
But
I think you should have called it transgender for everybody. Personally,
Well, it was before transgender for everybody.
you could have been ahead of the game. You
I
could have been ahead of
know.
the game. Really.
pioneer.
We could have been the ones that they're talking about. The branding opportunities. But we then worked together over the years to like organize people for midterms and for the general election around
2024 ish.
2024-ish. And worked a little bit together during like the ICE siege of Minneapolis.
Hmm.
And now we're here gearing up for the midterms. And yeah, can you guys just tell people what's up this time? What are we cooking?
If
Oh,
anybody
we
has
got a
seen
lot.
PV's Twitter page, you'll know that we have far too many endorsements. We've scoured the entire political landscape and found only the most progressive and interesting and sometimes deranged candidates that we can find, and we say, hey, we think you should be in office. That's what we've been getting up to. But in all seriousness, we've been doing a lot of stuff. By the way, for people in chat who don't know who we are, we didn't really introduce ourselves.
Yeah, please do.
I'm Jenny. In chat, I'm Jenny Wilferson. I am the community manager for PV. I regularly run our candidate AMAs, where we bring in political candidates from all over the spectrum. We've had Abdullah Sayed, we've had Katie Banzel, we've had Analilia Mejia on our stream several times.
Hell yeah.
And then this blue form to my left, I guess. I don't know. There's mirrored screens everywhere. Is Benjamin. Some of you may know him. I know some of you know him because you're in frequenters of Vosh chat.
Yeah.
But-
Hey, I'm Benjamin. If you watch Vosh chat, you know me as the Benjamin that Vosh is always yelling at, or BGL. I'm the deputy executive director for Progressive Victory, and I joined in around 2024, like many others in the org, Alpha Whim after Vosh pitched it.
Yeah, I was one of the first that joined PV, but I didn't really get that involved until like summer of last year, where I finally had the personal capacity to get a little bit more directly into the whole thing, and now I'm here.
Well, and what exactly, like, Progressive Victory, as I've seen it, has historically been an org that works broadly along left-leaning lines to get people out to vote, to get people phone banking, text banking, door knocking, kind of operating as like a way to mobilize people online to take real-world action that isn't necessarily confined in the same way to going to your local Democratic meetings or going to your local DSA meetings. This is kind of like a third. I don't want to say a third way. That's not exactly
third space, if you will.
A third space might be a much more accurate way of putting it. Essentially,
In a very real way.
In a very real
Yeah.
way, we are trying to create PV into like an actual like digital third space for people that they can go out and like you say, like not this
and
like
build
one or the
community.
other, like going to your DSA or going to your Dems, where it's like this kind of like very like we're doing stuff, we're this, we're that, we're the other. But no, we're trying to create like an actual community that is politically minded, politically oriented, and willing most often to go out and do a lot of work for people, or do a lot of work for like volunteering for candidates and volunteering for various causes.
Yeah, I guess the best way to sort of explain it is sort of to just do like a 1 minute run through of sort of the history of PV. I think that sort of illustrates it the best. It started out as a sort of experiment by our founder Sam Drzmala as
or Dr.
like,
Zamalis, as we
yeah.
sometimes call him.
Still obsessed with that Hassan moment.
I think
see.
it's funny.
As a sort of way to say, hey, there is real power to these content creators and their audiences. How can we get them to engage with the political process? And it took off in a way that I don't think Sam saw coming or could have predicted, especially considering it launched as PV22, something that was supposed to end at the end of the year. And the community that built up just wouldn't let it die, despite the best efforts of people there to make mistakes. So because of that, it's sort of naturally leaned into a more organizing mindset. But in reality, PV is meant to be something a little bit bigger. It's meant to be sort of, I guess, I don't know, X the everything org. What it's really trying to do is take a very broad approach to sort of push the party and the country left by focusing on many different fronts, but by having a grounded social community at the center pulling these things together. So it means having a media department that's focused on trying to recreate the magic of the Vox YouTube channel from back when it was like good a few years ago. There's a tech department that's trying to rebuild things like NGP Van, or right now Jira, or in the future, hopefully, our own little OBS fork. Um, there's our organizing department, which does do get out the vote organizing. It does work with candidates. There's our political department, which embeds in campaigns, and is focusing on a little project we call Operation DNC. And then there's our operations department, which makes sure the org doesn't run out of money. So
Oh boy.
it's meant to
Yeah.
sort of be there. There's a lot of different wings. And then the biggest and most important is that community department, is that community, because trying to create a digital third space is the thing that pulls all of this together. It's a place where people can find friends and then accidentally volunteer if they feel like it or not.
Okay. Yeah, like it has grown in ways, because I haven't been like directly involved with PV since canvassing for Jamal Bowman, and also a brief blip for Minneapolis under assault by ICE.
Mhm.
And so it seems like the org has changed quite a bit.
Yeah,
Dramatically.
dramatically. It's almost it we like to describe it as like from both like a foundational level and from a couple of other places. It is like a different org since summer of 2025. Like it is literally like a almost a complete refresh, just with a lot of
It's
like
basically like we had to start from the beginning. A lot of stuff had to, it's sort of been the intention and the aspiration for PV to always be this always on sort of organization where campaigns, like one of the motivators for Sam was that like he worked on so many campaigns and then when they finished, their entire apparatus just disappeared.
Yeah.
And one of the really big motivations for him was creating something where you could loan out an apparatus for candidates so that it doesn't have to disappear and so that it can still be useful and so that it can stay activated and stay motivated and diligent and disciplined. But we sort of, just because of the nature of the dynamics, the system, the incentive structures, fell into the same trap of like, hey, election's over, get fucked. So it sort of left us in a place where we had to rebuild many times over. You know, in a way, it's a real return to form, back to more of that 2022 model that is a lot more community focused. And in a lot of ways, it's also a pretty massive reinvention and step forward. And
it's
there's
actually one of the
more steps to go because we're reinventing the organizing department again this month.
Yeah, one of the strangest things that we've actually experienced as we've shifted towards like more of a community mindset is that we see more activity almost in the off season when there aren't a ton of elections happening. Like we helped get we had back in like fall and winter of 2025, we did this thing called the 5 initiatives where we had a whole bunch of candidates that we were supporting, and then we in the postmortem for that we took a look at like various kinds of metrics and various kinds of like how did we do, and we found that community activity flatlined. It didn't really go up, it didn't really go down, but over the course of like 2.5 3 months we didn't experience any growth whatsoever. And then the moment that ended, we started focusing again on like the actual community space of things. Activity started to go up, and our organizing has been better for it since.
Yeah, we
Um,
call this organizer brain when you sort of
yeah,
lock into this, like, we need to get everybody in a phone bank. We can't let them relax. And it's like, no, you don't want to try and get people to volunteer. You want people to accidentally volunteer.
mhm.
Yeah.
I sort of try to, I make the joke that, a lot of the issues with some chapters of the DSA is that they do a book club and call it socialism and volunteering and organizing. But we make a book club and we call it a book club, and then they
And then they read The
organize
Hobbit.
later.
Then you read The Hobbit and you become radicalized
Yeah.
to
Well,
the conservative side, right? That I mean that they are planting their flag on
True and
Tolkien
real.
these days.
No, we
Yes.
are radical liberals. Actually, we are.
Mhm.
I am a certified lover of Brianna Wu. That's a joke, by the way.
God,
Omni-liberal, if you will.
don't even, don't even. But speaking of, there is like that association still. Like I worked at PV with Brianna Wu, and it was not the best experience, I will say.
For you
How
and many others.
yeah, how has the org changed politically, especially since she's no longer affiliated in any form with it?
Well, what's interesting is that I don't think it's accurate to say that it's changed if you take it from the start, but it has changed relative to that moment. So the org started with Vosh's community and then pretty much very quickly picked up like you and Dylan, and a few other people. So it was always a very socialist project, a very like, fairly dark woke, extremely trans.
Very trans, very autistic, very,
autistic.
very terminally online streamer watchers.
But as there was this idea of, hey, let's unite the audiences of the big three, Vosh, Destiny, and Hassan, that fundamentally sort of came with the, well, if we're going to be a big tent, that's fundamentally a concession. And I don't think that that was necessarily a bad idea. Certainly a bad execution, but I don't necessarily think that it was a bad idea. But it's not where we're going anymore, and it's not, I think, where what the movement and the moment is demanding. If it was, maybe that'd be a different story, but we're a pretty explicitly socialist org now. We're pushing. I would say that in order to be progressive right now, you have to at least flirt with socialism because, progressive is sort of relative to the center.
Yeah.
So
I mean, internally we have. I mean, not even internally. We have like a what we call the PV pledge, which is the thing that we want our closest associated political candidates to like sign on to. It's a list of 10 policies, all of which are like pretty on the left leaning side, and internally we understand that it is not where we are aspiring to.
yeah, it's pretty
more
right
of-
wing of what we actually want. It's not what we believe in. It's what we think candidates should believe in.
Yes. And we want to move past
I
it.
just
of
put it in the
course,
group chat
and
if you want to share it.
we
Yeah,
want
of
to move
course.
past it, of course, and we actually encourage candidates who are further to the left of it to publicly blast us for not making it left enough, so we can be like, I know, we're sorry.
Yeah, and I would say the big change is sort of, before we were very afraid to like say what we believe and to be very explicit about it because of who we might alienate or who we might choose to volunteer for and who it would upset or push away or alienate. And now we just kind of don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know, there's a certain level of harassment and brigading that once you get enough of it, you're sort of just like, okay, you want to kill me? I want to kill you too. Whatever, let's go. Let's throw.
By the way, you can tell that we're a very autistic-friendly org because one of the big points on our PV pledge is make trains now, please and thank you.
It's true. It's true. We love a good transit. Now there is a good question coming from one of my mods. What is the plan to keep PV from just becoming a clubhouse that does work sometimes instead of fun and organizing?
That's a great question. So
Very
that's
good question.
actually what
we've been talking about that a lot over the last couple of months.
Yeah, he works as an operations manager, so like he's genuinely very interested.
So a lot of what we spent the last year and a half, sort of, no, not year and a half, just year, concepting is our new structure for organizing that we call it community first digital organizing. And the reason we say community first is because our model relies on having a thriving digital and national online community and then in-person local communities, and utilizing those to create safe politics-free friend groups that are adjacent to volunteering and are associated with the internet personalities that they relate to in order to keep them informed about the politics in a way that is a little bit separate from the org itself. But the main, but what we've done is we've sort of created this separation between our state teams, where before it was just sort of like a single organizing team, which would end up taking from the community and sort of harming activity because of, organizer brain. But now we structure the teams to have a political wing, a organizer wing, and a community wing.
Mhm.
With and
with like kind of the foundational base being like a community focus that gets people to like enjoy themselves in like person. Sorry, that came
so
out a little bit weird.
yeah, so
Don't enjoy yourselves publicly in that way. Just enjoy each other's company, you know? That's what
I
we want
like
to do.
enjoying myself both in public and in private. But
I'm surprised you've
I
not been arrested. Holy shit.
there's
I mean, you
I've
do
got
live in Florida, so it does make sense.
But
uh,
it kind of sounds like a systematized. You have
it's
people
about
come
incentive
in.
structures.
Yeah,
It's that you'll have organizers who are super attached to organizing, and you'll have political people who are super attached to interacting and engaging with candidates. And then you'll have people who are extremely attached to not being anywhere the fuck near that. And the tension and balance between those three things creates a really healthy dynamic that keeps a really healthy social space, a really healthy organizing space, and a really healthy fleet of political operatives.
So
Or at
And
least
that
that's the
tension,
theory.
just
yeah,
to
that's
really hammer home the that this is by and for autists, it sounds like you've just recreated like the Fire Emblem weapon triangle, but for political organizing.
I
you've
hate that
created
you're
we've recreated rock paper scissors but for organizing.
so
Okay,
it's funny that you
that's
mentioned
more
that because
accessible.
one of the first things that I implemented when
Ugh.
I joined leadership was something called this triangular
Hmm.
structure. And it's that every team or group of volunteers had to be led by either one person with two deputies or two people with a shared deputy. And the idea for that being just the incentive structures and balances. And I get made fun of for this a lot, despite it being objectively correct.
You don't get made fun of by anybody in PV anymore. It obviously works.
You'd be surprised.
I have no idea who'd do it. It's been very helpful for me.
She says while pretending not to be one of the people who does it.
I don't make fun of you for it. He's literally fucking losing his mind.
Okay.
So
I make fun of you for
like
other stuff, just not that.
what like we're kind of talking in like some broad strokes about a lot of the elements of this. What does it actually look like when someone like comes into PV and wants to get involved? Maybe we can go down like the pipeline. What does that look like?
Yes.
Uh, what the fuck are all these channels? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what it looks like. There's a
We're
lot of
working
channels.
on that, but ideally, what it works on is you join the org and you see sort of activity in a VC or activity in a channel, and you think to yourself, "Wow, that's interesting." And if you're like a lot of the people in PV, that's also, "Well, that's really intimidating. I hope there's a place to join that doesn't have that many people." And right around that moment, you'll get a message from someone on our welcome team, basically saying, "Hey, welcome to PV. What are you interested in?" And then you'll go through this welcome pipeline where you have a person who will communicate with you and sort of give you a soft onboarding into PV and then direct you to your state team in order to learn more about the org and build some relationships that can help figure out exactly where you are most interested in either volunteering or just hanging out.
Yeah. Cuz you also mentioned like this connects people to like people in their states so that they can form both an online and an offline kind
Mhm.
of camaraderie. Is that
Yeah.
Yes,
like
that is
what does the offline what do offline activities look like? Because I'm trying
not
to like
volunteering.
paint a picture for folks who have no point of reference here.
Going to an arcade and spending like $20 and having fun with people.
Like it's just
Doing
hanging
a
out.
MTG drafts game, and you just happen to all be people from PV that you just met. It's so there are obviously like canvas events that we do and local canvassing, but what we're really trying to do is make it so that we have these things called state initiatives. But there's something that is something that the whole team agrees on to do the initiative for, and it's something that is the state's big organizing priority. And like, sure, there's canvassing for that, there's phone banking, but that's not every you can only canvas where you need to canvas. So most of what we want the IRL activities to be is just building friend groups that can be resilient in a time where community is needed and important because every institution is about to blow up and die. And
Yeah.
hopefully those friend groups are also activatable for a cause.
Yeah.
A part of the reason that we are investing in this is like some people may be thinking, but like, why aren't you? You're a political org. Why aren't you doing like political organizing and activism? We do, but here's the big thing that we've really noticed, or one of the things that we can really notice. It's easy to just kind of describe. If we are a big political org, who's one of the things that we do is we take live stream and like live audiences and like gamer brained people, and then we say, hey, here's a volunteering opportunity, and then we serve as kind of a conduit for that. If we primarily say like a bunch of people in state X, if they're all kind of focused really hard on this campaign, and that's kind of why they're all there, when the campaign loses, or even if they win and the campaign like dissolves, what are they going to do? And what often happens is they get quiet. They fall away, or they become disillusioned, or they start like falling into other things. The rare one, some of the rare kinds of people, they will stick around and like find a couple
Psychopaths.
other leadership positions or find some other stuff, but they don't there's no like long-term resilience for the team. There's no long-term resilience for the structure, and it just kind of dissolves itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
So what we
political
want to do is we want to
idolatry. It
create we want
wasn't
to
making
create
it part of your life.
we want to create friend groups that are themselves more resilient to each other than they are to the like the campaigns that they get associated with. So that way,
Yeah.
when the campaigns win or lose, we still have a community and we still have people there who can do work or like have a good time regardless.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
we know
it
who we're
kind of
recruiting from.
I
It's
mean,
it's it's content creator audiences. Like you have to have a certain healthiness before you can start getting involved with candidates and talking to them. So we need people to have friends and maybe learn a few social skills first.
yeah, I mean, politics and relationships are inextricably linked. Like they have to be linked, and it's actually really brilliant to then view kind of forming these friend groups that are real as
Hmm.
vehicles that then carry forward political action, not just for one campaign, but for a longer term movement. Like I think that that's actually a really I think that's a great idea.
It's actually
And
we've seen like we've seen parts of this play out with and I'll just say it here, our California team. Our California team.
that's not
Um,
going to cause any issues later.
no, I don't think it will, and here's why. Because what happened is that the California team, we had Shoikat Chakrabarty. Have you heard of
Yeah,
Shoikat
yeah,
here? Okay, he's great.
yeah,
Um, the Shoikat Chakrabarty, very well run campaign, very structured, and it's very easy to volunteer for them. So what people in California, kind of everywhere, but especially in California, they realized, oh shit, we are becoming a Shoikat Chakrabarty team inside of PV as opposed to PV. And so they have deliberately taken steps to pull back a little bit from the campaign so they don't all get lost to it, and also pull into their own friend groups so that way when the campaign wins or loses, they have each other and they have the broader PV community to kind of fall back on. Like that process is still kind of ongoing and the election is tomorrow.
yeah.
But that like seeing that happen and seeing all of them be a lot more
Big
committed
phone
to a
bank for him
long term.
tomorrow too. Come
Yeah, they
join.
do.
Yeah.
Seeing
We
them
do.
be committed to like the more long-term goals of sustainability of the project and also of like their own friends, seeing those kind of come together has been very, very fascinating.
Yeah, and it's been one of the things that's been well. Also, a fun fact: I was in a VC earlier today, and somebody hopped in and said, "Does anyone know where the Psy Cock campaign is?" And I just think that's delightful. Um, but one of the things that I think has just been really interesting about this is that, like, when people think of the community as just a vehicle to get people to trick them into organizing, it doesn't work. But when you actually value the community for the purpose of
Mhm.
community building, it starts to become really effective to get people to organize.
Mm-hmm.
And also, as long as no one in the community tricks themselves into believing that their knitting group is organizing,
Yep.
then we're okay. We're good.
Yeah. It sounds. I also wanted to know how do the different state PVs decide who they are going to support?
That's really interesting. So
That
that
is a
that
really interesting. Right now, it is kind of it slides from this is a person who reached out to us who is relatively progressive, and we think that giving them like a slightly wider base might help. To this person's actually a genuinely incredible candidate who's very viable, and we should work with them.
Sometimes
It,
sometimes leadership makes the contact and we hand it down on a stone tablet. Sometimes the teams vote on it and are like, "Hey, leadership, make this a priority." What we're we want we've flirted with making it very democratic. It has not worked just
no,
because
is
there's not enough
unfortunate.
scale for PV's member base in each of these states for their, democracy requires a certain scale. So
Mhm.
it's something I want to turn back to when there's a bit more growth.
Yeah.
But what we're moving towards right now, this is the model that we're currently rolling out, is national initiatives, our national team decides it. But for our state initiatives, we have something called state ranks.
Mhm.
It's literally a league ladder from bronze to diamond. And depending on
Again, we're very gamer-brained
Yeah.
people.
and depending on what rank you have, which is based on the capacity of your state, how your community strength, your organizing strength, your political strength, it depends what rank you're in, and that will determine how many different state initiatives you can have, how many slots you have to do initiatives at a time. And if your team's small enough, you will have zero, and you'll be like, well, I guess I need to focus on building, on like hitting some targets and actually having a volunteer or two. But if you have a slot, the way it would be decided is you write up a proposal using our proposal form, which we're working on, and you'll submit it to our mobilization team. And the deference will be it's approved unless we find a already defined like a already laid out for everybody to see rule or condition, um and the mobilization team will then review it, do the approval, and then it will go back to the team and basically say, okay, now you need to assemble your strike team to actually coordinate this event. And the idea being there that the limitation of having a set amount of slots that they can do gives the team the ability and the flexibility and also the incentive structure to make sure that
Not
the
kill
proposal
itself.
they
Yeah.
come to us with is something that everyone's invested in. Because if the team gets something approved that the rest of the state doesn't want to do, that state team is going to get cooed. And it's leftists love infighting. I don't know if you know this.
I'm somewhat
So
familiar. Yeah.
so it's sort of the artificial scarcity. It's not artificial scarcity. The structured scarcity of not having infinite capacity forces everybody to sort of make the most optimal decisions and most inclusive decisions about who they actually want to use their capacity on and how. And sometimes a team might say, "Fuck it, we just want to do a research team, and we don't want to organize at all." And we might laugh at them, but sure, go for it. Let's see if it works. Uh, and sometimes people will be like, I want to maintain a bus stop in New Mexico, an actual
Our New
thing that is
Mexico
happening.
team, our New Mexico team decided to do it. They made posters. The posters look rad.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Love
But
it.
normally it looks like, okay, let's do a state initiative for a candidate and let's do some phone banking and canvassing.
Okay. Can
Yeah.
I ask, like, because I know people are going to wonder about this. Where does the funding for PV come from? Like, where, like, whoa, especially given that there's a bunch of like questions about, like, folks on the right are taking Russian
Yeah.
money. Like, where does the money come from?
So
So there's
half
a
of
lot of jokes made about PV being a slush fund for Destiny. We don't do that.
Okay, good.
well,
That's good.
here's the thing. Half of PV's revenue is community funded. So we have a dues
Dues
paying
paying
membership
membership.
program. Show the membership card, Jenny. We need to show. We need money.
I literally thought before getting on stream to go grab my membership card, and it's on the ground next, or it's in my wallet, which is on the ground next to my chair, and I don't want to go get it because I'm lazy.
Incredible, incredible. I worth every penny. Um, so half of it is through our community fundraising program, our membership cards, our merch. We started our membership program in January. It really took off in January 2025. It started in mid 2024. And we went at the beginning of January from less than $2,000 a month to now we are making almost $20,000 a month just from our dues paying membership.
Damn.
Our operating cost is about $35,000 a month. The rest of that money comes from me. So I joined PV as a community donor. If anyone here has watched Vosh, I give a lot of super chats to people. So I have had inheritance from my family. If people find that interesting, I'm happy to talk about it. So right now I give about $15,000 a month to PV, with the idea being that as the dues paying membership grows, the amount that I will give to PV decreases, so that way I don't have to use my own personal wealth to fund the org because it leads to some pretty. Luckily, I like to think I'm a pretty decent person and don't weaponize power against my political enemies. But I could, and that's not a good thing. And the fact that I'm donating to PV instead of being paid by them is probably not a good thing.
You're
So,
my favorite class trader, Benjamin.
as for how PV was funded before we did this, yeah, there were donors. Some were community donors like me. I know I donated about 100,000 to PV for the Wisconsin event we did. We did the big fundraisers with Vosh and Destiny and a few other creators. But there's also obviously been other orgs that have given PV money, other PACs that have given PV money. Obviously, we've never taken like corporate money, but like there were pretty honestly, in a lot of cases, pretty progressive donors who were just giving money to PV as part of their broader, like, I'm just giving money now. We've moved away from that and frankly, probably shouldn't have been doing it in the first place, but I think it's quite reasonable when trying to start something this ambitious.
So,
By the way,
gun. Oh, go for
speaking
it.
of memberships, Benjamin, we should get Riverboat a card.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we should.
We should do that.
If she becomes a dues paying member, we should totally do that.
Yes, I will. Hello.
It's $5 a month.
So, another question from the chat. Is this org affiliated with Destiny? People are asking that.
No.
No.
Like, is that a
Or-
meme?
It
Mostly-
is. So PV.
We used to have ties. We cut
Okay.
those ties very
So-
deliberately.
So PV in 2023, as part of that strategy I mentioned before of let's unite the audiences of the big three, we had Vosh, we wanted to get Destiny, and we wanted to get Hassan. And that's actually why we brought in Brianna Wu, because at the time, just red flags aside, she was quite well liked in the space, and had a lot of connections that Sam just did not have. And especially for Destiny, she was able to set up those connections. And what it led to is the burgeoning and developing Destiny canvassing program sort of integrated into PV. It has since extricated itself from PV and has become its own org, which a lot of people there who I absolutely love and respect. And if you're a DGGer, please go organize there and not PV. But that
Or maybe do organize a PV. We'll fix you.
That's true. So no, we don't work with Destiny anymore. We beef regularly. We don't represent really that political project.
We are
Uh,
not liberals. We do not want to be thought of as liberals. We want to be thought of as like socialists who are politically
we
effective.
want to be thought of as people who actually can accomplish something instead of smugly pretending that we're the people who can accomplish something.
Fair. Another question, and I'm not entirely sure how to I'm just going to read it verbatim since I'm not entirely sure exactly the question. Why transit to state capitals? Many states, the most important cities are not the capital.
There's a
Oh, I
really good
love this
reason why.
question.
There's a
I
really, really,
love
really
this
good reason
question.
why.
So the reason
Uh,
for this is because we need transit every. No, fuck you. This one I'm the autistic train boy here. Okay, I take this one. The reason for that is because if we're going to get mass high-speed rail infrastructure, if we fund the capitals, they're obviously going to do the big cities. But if
Yeah.
we don't mandate the big cities, they will never get it. Or just the capitals, they will never get it.
Yeah.
Because it's because it's basically like the idea is that if we're building like amazing amounts of high speed, if we manage to start building amazing amounts of high speed rail everywhere in the United States, hopefully economy of scale would dictate that the more of it you do, the cheaper it is going to get per like mile of track laid. So if you mandate for everything the same way, you can then, bonus effect, you get your bigger cities that are not capitals linked up as well, and you get your capital cities linked up to the network as well, which means that maybe your bigger capital city or your capital cities can maybe actually become cities.
And also civic participation and engagement becomes easier.
Yeah.
You can get on the train and go protest outside the state capitol, or maybe not protest outside the state capitol. You just get on the train and go testify for a bill that you think is good, or testify against a bill you think is bad.
And that in turn also makes it easier to create additional routes from the state capital to wherever you need to go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I love that is on the that's on the agenda, because honestly it
We
genuinely makes sense.
No, you go. Sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just saying it makes sense. Like the need for high speed rail is real and there, and it's just so damn efficient.
Yeah, it's
Not
a
enough people
big
talk about it.
country.
Yeah.
It's a big country. I hear one of the biggest. And
Supposedly.
like
sea to shining sea or some shit like
it's
that.
not
I guess.
just that Europe is like so much more connected. It's also just so much smaller. Like if we are going to have a functioning United States, we really need a way to travel between them.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a civic democracy problem in a very real way. Although the one that we do get shit for on the PV pledge is number 9, where it's like, make React streaming better. And it's like, okay, well, we also need our content creators to be able to have an audience. Thank you.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would settle for like basic data protection, universal data protection at this point. Like, God.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it.
So actually,
one
it's
day.
not represented here because the PV pledge actually has 2 sections. There's what we call the tenets,
Mhm.
which are sort of mandatory philosophical statements like don't take corporate money, or be willing to collaborate with other people who take the pledge. If you go to,
the kind
if you
of
go to
collaboration
progress.win/pledge, you can actually see all of it.
The kind of collaboration that we're talking about is, I mean, a lot of kinds of collaboration, but one of it is like, talk to other campaigns, please, God.
Yes,
Talk
be
to other
the
campaigns,
squad,
talk
but
to other
with a group
candidates.
chat.
Don't like one of the biggest problems that we see in not one of the biggest problems, but a large problem that we see amongst hopefuls and candidates running for office is that they are terrified to talk to any other candidate for like a bunch of very strange reasons. When in fact, what we've seen is that as we start to network some of these candidates together, they all get stronger as a group.
That's
Yeah,
actually
and
why I really love working with Shoykot, because he was like the only person who just like intuitively got this, probably because Justice Dems.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when it comes to data protection, one of the things we put as like the mandatory and like the tenets,
Mhm.
it kind of sticks out because it's like the only policy in there is that hey, be like a zealous advocate for keeping Section 230 and for not
Yeah.
and for like not wanting pictures of everyone's genitals just to log into Facebook.
Yeah.
Like so
We may
that
have said some choice words about Discord.
we may have said it was the Israelification of Discord.
Yeah. Speaking of, where does PV stand when it comes to Gaza, for example? I know that's going to be one that like a lot of people are going to ask just as like a prerequisite for even like clicking on any links or engaging with this any further.
River to the sea, baby.
Yeah,
Cool.
so I was born Jewish, so I obviously believe that every Arabic person is the enemy. No, we are it's a genocide. It's evil, and it's worse than it being a genocide. It really is inconvenient to have to keep talking about politically
Yeah.
when we're trying to fight fascism. So from like the cynical liberal perspective, if there are any of those listening, you should be against a fascist, theoretically allied country influencing and manipulating our own democracy. And from a moral perspective, you should be against blowing up babies. Just because
Also,
just trying to
ethno
create
states
this
bad.
yeah, this insane delusion that the thing that makes people like Jews like me safe is for Israel to go out there and piss off all of the people who already don't like us and be an ethno state. It's stupid. So we're in favor of a one state secular democracy.
Fair. Another question from the chat. What is PV's overall stance on AI slop?
Also, don't like it. Our media department has gone out of its way to avoid using any AI in anything they do. Our tech team, by and large, has done the same thing. There were actually in
We're pretty
previous
ban happy on people who are
yeah
pro AI in New York.
we do enjoy it when people post an AI slop and then everybody in the community fucking dogpiles them and then they get mad and get banned about it. It's a very fun time when it happens.
We kind of have one rule when it comes to AI, and if it's not something that Kyle Kalinske posted, it's gonna get you in trouble.
Kyle needs to cut that shit out. like I
It's
just
really funny sometimes though to see the conservatives get pissed off.
Sometimes it
Okay.
hits, but not as often as I think he thinks it does. But
yeah. I don't know. I'm a MS Paint pre AI slop kind of gal. Like I want my memes. If you can't draw it in basic bitch MS Paint, I don't want that meme at all.
But what
how
about the
many
accessibility
Wojaks how many
needs of
Wojaks do
people
you
who
pump out a
can't
day?
draw? Have you thought about that?
They should make friends who can draw.
Well, I guess they'll have to just join PV.
Exactly, where people can
Making
draw.
making friends is for wokies. I'm sorry.
It's true. It's true. Only the woke make friends.
Mm-hmm.
So also here, I think that there are a few other questions, but I missed them. So I am also just going to ask, when it comes to folks who would be interested in like doing the volunteer work of Progressive Victory, because like it's basically almost entirely volunteer run and maintained, right?
Yes,
As far as I
vast
Yeah,
majority of it
there's
is volunteer run and
we
maintained.
just got our first employees because of the growth of the Deuce Peg membership.
Mhm.
So Jenny is one. Right now, it's just our director class and then one
Not even all of them
programmer.
either.
Not even all of them. With the goal that we're trying to raise our revenue, so that way the people who are currently being
Running the
volunteer
fucking thing.
leadership, doing like full time work to help run these teams and to help manage these things, can make a living at PV. And we kind of want to expand that as much as we can and see how big we can go. But I kind of forgot what the question was. Fuck me. Okay.
like
The question
like PV is largely volunteer organized and made up of like volunteers. So like if somebody were interested in like getting directly into that organizing structure, like is it basically they join the Discord and then just say that's what they're interested in and
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
tried out.
Yeah,
You join the Discord and you either go to
it's very
the
I'm gonna
yeah,
speak over a man now. I'm sorry. It's very
how dare
dependent
you?
on like what a person wants to get involved in. Like if they want to get involved in like various phone banking efforts, they can absolutely do so. If they want to get involved in like research efforts where we're like, hey, there's a candidate that we want to look into. Let's see if we can dig up everything about them that we can, their policies, their stances, their history, so that way we can have like various things on them. That's also a thing. If they have any media savvy skills, AV skills, design skills, music, like we have a team working on preparing like a lot more content in that space. um just hosting events, like if you're like a personality and you like presenting stuff, we have an entire team whose job is to coordinate events throughout the org because we have a lot of them.
Yeah,
um
and
like it's
obviously
really whatever people want to contribute, we almost certainly have a spot that you can contribute.
yeah, when you join, just look for the channel that either is the skill team name, so like programming or audio video or researching, or just look for your state chat and be like,
Mhm.
this is what I'm fucking interested in. And trust me, there will be a lot of people who are like,
Yes.
we could use you.
Yep.
Uh,
There's a lot of and if you get into the big server and you feel a little intimidated, that is okay. There is a after some amount of time, you'll receive like a ping in the server from like a welcome post where there's someone on the welcome team whose job is to like have a semi-private conversation in a forum post to give you like directions on where you can go.
yeah,
So,
and
question:
we will
how?
always have. Yeah,
Oh,
continue.
I was just gonna ask how, because we all exist on the internet. We all know like there are bad actors out there, either intentionally or otherwise, and like how does PV kind of prevent bad actors from like going deep, I guess, into the org and like fucking shit up?
Gonna be honest, they just there's a lot of people who come in and try to fuck up things. A lot of the time, the community deals with it for us, and
Yeah,
they
like
leave. But
it
for
is
the people who are truly malicious and wanna do like a psyop, I'm not sure if we're gonna catch it right now. I'm gonna be
Okay.
I'll
don't
be
if you're a bad actor, don't use that as an excuse to fuck us over. Don't do
yeah.
it.
No, I like
Don't join our org, say a bunch of sweet
Do
I'll
nothings,
not
and then
do
get us
it.
all killed.
like we have a good moderation team. It's really strong. We catch a lot of shit. I like to think that we're prepared, but to be completely honest, it's sort of like
You
I
never know
want
where
my
your
Second
weaknesses are.
Amendment rights so that the government can steamroll me with a drone. I don't know
Yeah.
what we're gonna deal with.
Yeah.
So for people who are really, really paranoid, I'll just be honest. Like, I think you're fine, and I think genuinely, having been one of the moderators of like the autism subreddit, like having been moderators of a ton of different communities, I think we're one of the best when it comes to this.
Okay. I also wanted to
Guarantee it,
ask
because
this is kind of maybe a very basic question I should have asked earlier. How big is PV? Like, what is the like how big is like the base?
uh,
Membership is around like 10,000 people in the server.
and about
Uh,
20,000 people in general.
yeah. And in terms of our active volunteer base, because PV's been around for a while and has changed a couple of times, we're kind of in the process of, as you can tell probably, rebuilding and building up a lot of our systems to like handle a lot of volunteers and just start reaching out to people who were previously involved in PV or who joined and got intimidated and kind of sank back into the distance. We're reaching back out to a lot of these people to re-engage them, and we've had a lot of success in doing so.
Yeah,
Uh,
but I can give the exact number because we have StatBot. I can just open it and see what the the exact number of active unique server members is each week. It's about
yeah,
God, my internet is
with
slow.
Ocho in your chat is saying those sound like good numbers. The numbers are good enough that when all the PV directors went to the Democratic National Convention meeting in New Orleans 2 months ago, um, everyone knew who we were.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Not
I had time to talk to Ken Martin, which by the way, boy, was that a fun convo. About 631 unique people who participated in at least 30 minutes in the VC
That's wild.
in the last week.
And that's at least 30 minutes, 600 unique people in voice
And
chats,
that
and
and
that's one of the higher bars of interaction.
that's also within a relatively closed ecosystem. Like I remember maybe like a year ago, I took a look at what the main Democrats were doing on their YouTube channel. And that's just on the open internet. And like I get better numbers and I'm not a big content creator. And like the fact that you have that level of participation in a closed ecosystem is incredibly impressive, especially when it comes to the fact that these are all people who are the most primed to get involved in
Yep.
like different political campaigns. Because one of
Yeah,
the
and also you have to give quite a lot of info. You're basically registering to a political party to join. You're giving basically all but your address. You're
Yeah.
giving your like name and phone number and email and zip code just to be able to join that server. So
The zip code is so that if weird shit happens, we can and we suspect that people
well,
are in danger, we can maybe get
it's
wellness
for a
checks
few
involved.
things. It's for wellness checks. It's so we can, if we need to. It's for moderation. But most importantly, it's so that way you can be assigned your state role, and so that you can be engaged. And it's also a way that we can anonymize it and then create like a heat map of that you see on the website of how many people per state.
This actually brings up another question to me. What does PV do with that data? Because I know a lot of political orgs will like sell that or share it
We will not
around.
sell it.
Like
We will not.
I sign up for
No.
one petition and suddenly I get, text
We
messages from 50 different candidates in the Democratic Party that I have no idea who they are and do not give a fuck.
We
we've
will
put
never farm out information of our volunteers
yeah.
under any
If
circumstances.
in not any circumstances, there will be specific circumstances where we ask each individual, hey, a candidate wants list of volunteers in their area, would you like your name to be sent? And you will have to opt in on a specific basis, but we're not even fucking there yet.
Yeah.
What we do with the data is we've put a lot of work to make sure it is as secure and air gapped as possible. The main thing that it is that for a very small number of people with access, it can be seen. What it's going to open up a little bit because we want state leads to be able to see some of it. So, for example, the ability to just make lists of who's there, but depending on what permissions you have in the database we're making, you'll only be able to see some information about some people. We have a lot of really, really passionate and really, really knowledgeable volunteers and security people on our engineering team that have done
It is
quite
it
an
is
amazing.
shocking. It
It's
is shocking how
shocking.
many of them have cybersecurity backgrounds. It is
Yeah.
shocking.
So, and they are very, very passionate about keeping people's data secure, especially in an environment where lists like these are being fucking shared all the time.
So, question from the audience related to that. What if someone wants to join but they don't have like a real phone number? They only have like a Google number or something like that.
That presents an issue right now. Part of the way the answer is you probably won't be able to join unless you email us specifically and we find a way to, and like we manually enter you, so it's really laborious, and we'll do it when it comes up. But right now, because of our security concerns, our system is so specific that if you didn't it like to be able to include Google Voice numbers, which is something we've looked into, it would open up such a can of worms in our current state that we couldn't trust that we could keep everything safe. I will admit that I do not know what I'm talking about here when it comes to this. I'm just
Yeah.
relaying what
That's
I've been
fair.
told.
What's the email that if people are interested and they don't have a valid phone number, what's the email that they can send that to? Is that at hello?
Hello at Progress, community at Progress. There's a million. It'll be on the intake form.
Yeah.
When you go
Okay.
to the volunteer page. But also we're going to be reworking it in the future as well, so that you don't need to give a phone number to have an account on the website and to show up to different events in person. You'll always need a phone number to get into the server in some way. We need to have people's phone number. It's both just because, as political parties, you have to give information to register, but also specifically in that, like, if PV were operating like a political party, we would need that information for registering, because we need to be able to reach out to people to inform them of stuff, but also just like we need it as a security gap. Like if you are willing to give your number, you are significantly less likely to like rabble rouse and be a shithead. And if you're looking to try and
It's
break
partially a
into our
method of
system and leak
yeah.
it, then at the very least you're going to be leaking yourself too.
Yeah,
So
it's also
also a
partially a way of
security
preventing.
management system.
It's getting all that information is also partially a way of preventing like brigading and raids.
Yeah.
Because why would
We're being
1,000 people
way
give us
more
their phone number when
transparent than
they're
we
just all
should
going to
be,
get
but
banned?
whatever.
So additionally, I was just kind of wondering, like, what kind of numbers have you seen PV be able to turn out for, in particular, in the lead up to, I don't know whether PV is actually like engaged in door knocking yet, or if it's still too far out, or
Oh no, we do it all the time.
yeah. So like, what kind of numbers for different candidates have you kind of been seeing? Like just a
Ooh.
few examples, because I'm curious, right? Because when I
These are
first started getting involved with PV, like it was kind of like, oh, like 20 people working together can like change like
Oh yeah.
state level politics in
Oh,
some
yes.
cases.
We
So
have
like,
some phone banks that have gone up to 40 or 50 people for a 1 hour shift. For Mamdani, we did about 70,000
phone calls.
phone bank dials. Deja Fox, we did about 20.
I think it's like
I
20,
think we did
30.
50 for Afton Bain. For Analilia Mejia, I think we're going to hit the 70,000 number as well. We're if it's a national initiative, we're usually getting at least 50,000 like phone bank dials and usually around 5,000 doors knocked.
and like,
Canvassing.
just so that other people can kind of have a point of comparison, how does that stack up to other organizing groups and methods out
Oh,
there?
this is great. I love this stat. So we have been able to get as low as $1 per door knock when we do canvassing. Elon Musk's America PAC in 2024 did $166 per door knock, with industry average being $8 per door knock. I once said that $1
Jesus.
per door knock number to Van Jones, and his jaw fucking dropped. In an airport bathroom, mind you. Which
Why were you talking to Van Jones in an airport bathroom?
I ran into him at the airport, and he was literally at the entrance of the bathroom, facing a corner on his phone, and I'm just like, that motherfucking Van Jones. I just went up to him and I pitched PV. and now we talk.
Oh, that's impressive. Like, yeah, to give people an idea, just having a baseline of a community of like 30,000 people ish, that is willing to get politically engaged and then willing to volunteer time and effort on the scale of PV is genuinely
20,000 people.
Yeah, it's like 20.
Oh, 20,000 people is
Yeah.
is genuinely like game changing on even like I would say even on like a national scale.
Yeah, it's massive. It makes us at the very least one of the 5 biggest socialist orgs in the country. I think it makes us the 2nd biggest socialist org in the country behind the DSA.
Yeah.
And it definitely makes us one of the 10 biggest Democratic like political orgs that is not literally in the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
And,
like
and
we
you guys
we have swung. We have like made the kind of margins that could theoretically have swung a couple of elections. The one
We
that
know we've swung a few.
The 2 that immediately come to mind are Katie Wilson out in Seattle. Like the amount of doors that we knocked could theoretically, like that on its own, could have swung in her direction. One that we're a little bit more firm on is Analilia Mejia out in New Jersey. We basically like the amount of votes that were contributed. That is almost certainly within PV's phone banking margins.
Both were. I'm actually more convinced about the Katie Wilson one being than Mejia, but that's not to say that I don't think there was we were one of 2 national orgs that did that race. The other one being WFP, which is where Mejia's from. Had any of the 19 orgs, any one of us the 2 national, one us and WFP, and then the other 17 like state specific orgs. If any one of us had not participated in that race, she would have lost. It was the fact that we all got together and we were like, okay, this seems like an opportunity, but we all have to commit here. And it was a real like beautiful moment of working together on the left.
Plus, APAC completely sabotaged her opponent, which is very funny.
Extremely funny.
Yeah.
Extremely
and then she got and then she almost pissed everyone off accepting the J Street endorsement, but then it turned out that
J Street
reverse
somehow
double
is
Uno,
J
she
Street
got J Street to concede to her.
It was very
J
weird.
Street is somehow more progressive on Gaza than the Democratic Party as a whole. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I didn't
don't
see that one
understand how they
coming.
did it.
Well, I think in a large
Not
part
that I
they-
like them, but still.
I don't like them either. Like
in,
it's
in large
it blows
part,
my mind.
in large part, they're seeing what's happening to APAC, and they want to like preserve a lot of these connections. And I think that they view it as they view their maneuver as a way to continue to have that influence, but without the
Yeah.
deadly baggage politically, the political poison.
Yeah, they're still trying to keep the Zionist project alive.
Yeah,
but in the meantime, if we make
yeah.
them concede more, then
Yeah.
you know that's
We
part
got
of
we
momentum.
got at the very least a moral victory where we got the J Street and APAC Twitter accounts to fight over us.
Yeah. So I just want people to understand what PV is doing is unique. It's very successful, and also it's
Very fun.
It's also very fun, but it's also a vehicle where I know that there are a lot of people in my community in particular who are fed up with Democrats, and also who might be alienated for whatever reason from their local DSA, or they might be in a deep red state and they don't really have a vehicle to change things in their immediate area. But PV is everywhere, and
Yeah.
wherever you are in this country, you can volunteer for campaigns elsewhere, to go door knock, to go phone bank, to get involved, and you
To do a
can
million
build up
things.
local community as well. Like you can do
Yeah.
a whole bunch of things that DSA and your local Democrats might not have the machinery to do. This is like an additional way, an additional option available to you that I want you guys to be aware of. It's why I invited you guys onto the stream tonight. It's why I want to talk more about PV going forward, especially
Yeah.
as we go towards the midterms and like these big electoral targets that are going to require all of us getting as organized as we possibly can. So I want you guys in the audience to have all of the tools available to you. All right?
Like one of the reasons why I have been so interested in PV is because and I think many people in the audience might be able to sympathize
It wasn't
with
my
this.
my loving charm.
No, absolutely not. um, we one of the things about PV is that like I grew up in like a lot of like isolated suburban areas, which I imagine that a lot of people in this audience can kind of sympathize with. Like you're not really in any city centers, you're not really around any actual like infrastructure, you're not really around any community areas. It requires like 5 minutes of driving just to get out of the subdivision. Like I know that's not everybody, but it's a lot of people. That was me. It made it extremely difficult and there was a lot of roadblocks and barriers to getting involved with any political action whatsoever, because you'd have to drive halfway across town to get to a thing, or you have to drive to like a different town to get involved with the thing. PV allows you to like at the very least experience that national community, and even if there aren't a ton of people in your area, you can still get involved nationally. We have a ton of national stuff that's going on everywhere all the time, even if it's not
There are-
directly electoral. Even like you can get involved kind of anywhere.
Yeah, there are
we like to think
two-
of it as a digital third space because it's
Yeah.
not at work and it's not at home. It's a digital place to hang out.
This is really recent. Like all of 2025, it was like one initiative per month. But now we are at a point where we are so connected with campaigns and have such capacity that every day of the week there are 2 national initiative phone banks that each last 3 hours from 5 p.m. From the 5 to 8 p.m. slot locally for that race. So every day, pretty much every day, there's always 2 big phone banks that can be happening. And if there's a race in your area, then there's local canvassing. If there's shit, there's shit. Another thing we're rolling out is something called advocacy banking, which is just calling voters and then picking anything on the PV pledge you like and autistically ranting about it to them, and then logging how amenable they were to that policy. Nobody else would ever waste their time doing this because it is horribly inefficient. But at our scale, what we hope to do is build up a really sophisticated list of candidates that are amenable to certain policies, and then maybe make
Not
the
candidates,
world's
voters.
voters that are amenable to certain policies, and then make the world's best phone banking and canvassing lists for candidates. Because we just have that scale, and we might accidentally just convince random voters to be in favor of a specific policy, regardless of the R or D associated with it.
Do you find annoying that it takes an hour to drive from the town that you're in to the better town that's next to you, but it's still expensive to live there? You should
Do you want your
high-speed rail.
streamer to be able to watch React content without being...
They don't care.
They
Do
hung
you
up.
think that
they
you
live
think
to
we
see
should
me
cap the
suffer.
total interest paid at 100% of the principal?
There you go. But I do you told me about this when we had our meeting last week, and I just think that that's such a great idea to basically build up a cache of information about what people in different geographic areas actually do give a damn about, what they care about, how they react to different things, because typically you don't get that if you're a local or hyper local campaign, and like
Yeah.
that is some really valuable
How did-
intel.
I'm
And what
so
I-
sorry to completely derail. How did you say that word?
Cache.
Huh. I've heard it pronounced a couple different ways. That's the first time I've ever heard it pronounced cache. I've heard it pronounced
Interesting.
cash and cache. I pronounce it cash, but
I'm from the
cache is
I'm from the
interesting.
Midwest. It
I'm
has
from the
quiche
Midwest.
vibes. It has quiche vibes. I don't know what to tell you. I have an English degree. What I say makes it more valid somehow.
What's really funny about
It's
the
cash.
idea...
I agree. Whoever in chat said that. It's cash.
What's really funny about the advocacy banking is when we started trying to come up with it, we were like, we need some low level. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about your linguistic battle over here. We were looking for some low level, entry level task that would be really easy for somebody, that would just always exist for people to just 24/7 volunteer, some easy task. And we genuinely did not care if it had any impact whatsoever. Like, we were like, as long as it feels like people are volunteering, that's okay. We just need something to get... And then we accidentally stumbled into probably one of the most valuable things that we were going to end up doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
In addition to
So
all the technology that we want to make for making organizing easier.
so thank you both for coming on. We got to move on to our other topics, but I do
Oh
want to...
shit, we've been here for over an hour. Oh my god.
But folks, if you want to get more involved with PV, go to progress.win. If you want to like join up, you can go to progress.win/join. And I'm sure we'll see more of one or both of you in the future as we
Hopefully
tackle different campaigns and get involved and put this community to work in the upcoming electoral battles. And I'm sure I will get absolutely roasted for like the next 30 minutes to an hour over pronouncing cache
incorrectly.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
probably it's almost certainly incorrect, but I am going to get roasted for it. I love that Uncle Simric tried to help by saying it's pronounced and then typing exactly
Literally
the word that I am saying incorrectly. It's
like
pronounced cache. Oh, it makes so much sense. So much sense. Cache. Yeah.
I I mean, I just
Done.
got a tier 1 subscription from Sake Tanuki. I might as well be annoying in your chat on occasion.
Hell yeah.
True.
And folks just in the community will have different members of PV kind of progressive victory mods in our Discord. And if you have questions about PV or anything like that, you can always hit them up and ask about what is going on. So there you go.
Yeah.
We'll be doing more cool stuff, but I just wanted to introduce you guys to PV and give you guys an opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah. Thank you so much for
Absolutely.
having us on. And if you're in tomorrow or today, based on if this is if this you, I
We have
actually don't know
we
if
have a
you
big
clip.
push for a couple of really big
Yeah.
candidates.
We have Hamaway phone banks tomorrow, Shoycott phone banks tomorrow. I think there's a Katie Banzel phone bank or canvas tomorrow or something. New Jersey, California, South Dakota, a bunch of other fucking states. If you live in any of those states, please go vote tomorrow. And if you don't live in those states and you want to volunteer, there is so many ways to volunteer. We are starting our volunteering tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, and we are going all day. And then me and Jenny are going to be on camera fucking around while watching the polls.
And if none of you in chat are like, I don't care about Adam Hamawi, legendary doctor that saved people's lives in Gaza, or Shoykat Chakrabarti, organizing royalty, who's like one of the most interesting candidates to run this cycle.
And he's running for Nancy Pelosi's seat, right?
He is in fact running for Nancy Pelosi's seat.
Yeah.
It looks like a dead heat. It's going to be an interesting time tomorrow watching those polls roll in. But if any of you are like that with the RoboJack, have you ever met an individual by the name of Josie Caballero?
I have. We co-host the Transatlantic Call-In show together.
That's crazy. It's almost like I knew that beforehand, and I was using this as an opportunity to bring her up.
Wow.
If you want to see Riverboat Jack's one of Riverboat Jack's co-hosts talk about or run for office and maybe win elections, we're going to be doing phone banks for her in early to mid-June after these big initiatives are over, because she is running for county council in Maryland.
Yep.
We want to fucking get her to win, because she's been around in PV for a long time as well.
Yeah, for sure. She
And
was
also
on
become a dues-paying member.
Yeah,
True.
true. The more people become dues-paying members, the more cool shit PV can do. So
the more
And
people
the
who become
less
dues-paying members, the less
beholden
money I
to
get
me,
to take
the
from Benjamin.
directors.
Yeah,
you can steal power away from Benjamin by
Chat.
becoming a
And
dues-paying
trust
member.
me, if 2025 was indicated any other way, that is one of the most popular activities that happen in the org.
Chat. I don't think many people or anybody here knows this. Benjamin eats nothing but Chick-fil-A, or not Chick-fil-A, but Chipotle, and drinks nothing but like Mexican Coke from Chipotle.
Chipotle.
All
Okay,
of
wait.
his money-
Wait. Chipotle is an excellent source of all the vital
Boom.
nutrients you need to live, and Mexican Coke is objectively superior to normal Coke.
Boom.
I'm getting mogged. I can't do this.
Get the fuck out of here.
His money is stained. I wish to have it clean from dues-paying members. Okay.
Shake my damn head. Someone wants to know: if you're not a dues-paying member, do you still get to access the Discord?
Oh, of course.
Absolutely
Yeah, no,
you
it's
do.
optional.
Y-
It's
Yeah,
optional.
to be a dues-paying member, being a dues-paying member gives you a couple like benefits within the Discord, including access to our
If you
dues-paying
mention the
members only
fuck-
Minecraft server.
Fuck you. Okay.
But it is in order to just kind of like hang out and even volunteer on teams, you do not need to be a dues-paying member if you want to volunteer, or even just be involved.
Sick. Well, thank you to both of you for coming on. Appreciate you immensely, and thank you for all of the hard work both of you have been doing. It means a lot. So thank you for putting together one of the most effective organizing tools available to folks like us on who are relatively considered relatively far left as socialists.
Leftoids ourselves, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just us, but there's a lot of people who have contributed to making this work. So
another great question before you go. Last one, I'm gonna say.
The Midwestern goodbye, it claims us all eventually.
I know. Do people have to be American to join?
No. You do need to be American to contribute financially. You do not need to be American to join or even volunteer.
There you go.
Well, legally, that is the case. However, right now, if you are not a U.S. citizen living abroad or a U.S. resident, you will have a little bit of difficulty joining the Discord server because you need a North American phone number. So,
Okay.
Send emails to wherever the onboarding form says to send emails to.
Yeah. But it is possible.
it is
and
possible.
They'll try and get you sorted.
We'll figure it out.
Jenny and Benjamin from PV, thank you both for coming on tonight. You both have an excellent evening.
You too. Thank you so much.
Yep. Have a great night, everybody.
Farewell. Whew. That was fun. I like talking about organizing. And I dislike being roasted for the way I pronounce certain words. But you know what? We can have a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think you guys enjoy when you get to roast me for saying things wrong. It's look, I know it's pronounced cash. I know that. But also it looks, when you have cash and cachet all next to each other, I just read them all the same. Cash. I got some cold hard cash. I say it like that because I don't deal with cash that often. But when I do, I say it silly. Anyway, folks, get involved with PV. Okay, we're going to be doing a lot more cool stuff. We're going to be doing a lot of like fun organizing, etc., etc., etc. All right? What's next? Will we have some quiche patel? There we go. This is the kind of roasting that I knew was coming and I crave. You're all just giving me what I want. Excellent. Well done. Well done, everybody. Anyway, folks, progress.win. Go check it out. Go get involved. Or progress.win/join to join up. Do the things. I'll throw the links down in my video description. You can find it there. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA, obviously, and also do cool shit. You know, like the video. You know, the cool shit
Everyone,
for the channel.
did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
Also, excellent reminder from Uncle Simric. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1
Getting
subs.
roasted for pronunciation seems a bit gauche.
Oh, text-to-speech read that wrong. Obviously, it's gauche. God. All right, I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom so badly. So badly. Let's keep on going. Don't put the bathroom part in the segment, please, editor. Be right back. I'm sorry. I have to use the bathroom.
understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad, Is that Mamdani guy? He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the legacy media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Hello. Thank you for being patient. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? We finished a segment. Have you been eating your vegetables? I don't know why I'm doing this. This wasn't. I had nowhere to land that bit. I don't know why I decided to fly it.
How is this pronounced?
That's pronounced the L is silent. It's pronounced cock. It's spelled CLOCHE. It's pronounced cock. Did I get it right? That's a cool shirt, Jack. Thank you. It's a button-up that I made more fashionable by tying it together because I'm gay. Or it could also be pronounced cluche. It's pronounced
Quiche Monet Records throwing it down for 99 into 2000. Girl, you workin' with some back. Yeah, you bad. Yeah. Make a shimp spend his cachet. Yeah.
It's pronounced catch it. God, who is the voice actor who says tell him Vinny sent you? I believe that's not, I almost said Jay's Doug. That's not Jay's Doug. That's Gay Fesh, friend of the show. Why is it not reading? Why is text to speech not working?
I'm still not fully
There we
sold
go.
on PV. I'm willing to give them one more shot in person, but the last event I did with them seemed all over the place for an 2yo org.
Yeah, I do think that they are getting their organizing shit together. And like I think that they are a good option, especially for like online organizing. But like I noticed some people in chat were like, you worked with Brianna Wu? Yeah, like a couple years ago during like the Jamal Bowman stuff.
0.
Like that the part of that was working alongside Brianna Wu, and my personal experience with her was terrible. The personal experiences of many of the people working there were terrible with her in particular. And especially as she continued to lean more and more into just being very pro genocide. So yeah, without of course spilling all of the tea, it was deeply
How many subs
gross.
Donos to get a whole stream, or the rest of this stream, in a Minnesota accent,
Oh
butchering
shit!
the English language the entire time?
If this was a more fun stream, you know what? You could get me to do that for our next What If Alt Hist stream. That's what you could get me to do that for that.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Oh yeah. Don't you know? the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle, don't you know? Oh, gonna go out, gonna catch a big old walleye, you know? Gonna go out ice fishing, gonna go out in the house. Maybe get a nice boat. Do all that stuff. Love the shirt. Thank you. I'm not sure what number to put that at, Paladin, but thank you for the $5 dono. Datura Dude, thank you for the $5 dono. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Paladin, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Sake, thank you for the previous 5 tier 1 subs. I don't know how that word is pronounced. And Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate that as well. And Glitchmaster, an extra gay and happy pride to you and the cuties in chat indeed. And that's right. Happy Pride Month, everybody. You're all gay now. I didn't make the rules. I'm just here to deliver the news. Jack kind of looks like Naruto doing sexy jutsu, which was transcoded as fuck. Fuck yeah. I didn't know Josie was running for office. She's awesome. Yeah, she's running for office in Maryland. And PV is going to be helping to do door knocking and phone banking. So if that's something you're interested in, again, progress.win/join. But yeah, it's have you any mayonnaise heavy recipes to share? Oh, I'm sure I could provide some. Sexy what? It was called sexy jutsu. That's a real thing in Naruto, where Naruto turns into a sexy lady and then bamboozles his enemies. But yeah, I have higher hopes for PV in 2026. And I guess in a way in the interest of like full transparency, right? I am hoping that the midterm organizing push goes well.
Assault rifles are the dumbest possible machine you can make that can kill en masse, so that sounds right.
Yeah, they should be called murder rifles. I'm not out to get an assault charge. Hey! I kid.
We all know Tak no Jutsu was Naruto's strongest jutsu.
I don't. Okay, can I be honest? I've never sat down and watched Naruto, and this might be part of my weeb. My weeb card might need to get revoked. I've never actually sat down and watched Naruto. I've only watched the episode where Rock Lee drops the weights because that is fucking top tier anime. But I didn't watch the rest of Naruto, and I am only aware of sexy jutsu because as a closeted trans lady who didn't know she was a trans lady yet, I was weirdly drawn towards magical transitions that I found on YouTube back in the day. So, you know, I'm aware of that because I'm trans and gay. And I'm also aware of Rock Lee because that's peak anime. But isn't that in like episode 1? Isn't what in episode 1? You have to be more specific because I haven't seen episode 1. You actually should. The Rock Lee fight is a great place to start. But that's the problem. I also need to watch all of fucking One Piece. I need to watch season 2 of Frieren. There are too many things to watch. My time has been overly commodified by capital. I need to watch second season of Andor. Read One Piece, it's better. I can't. The problem of time. Speaking of that, watched Gangs of New York for like the 50th time this weekend. There's a fair amount of trans representation in that movie. I haven't seen it in maybe like 15 years.
The Sailor Moon transformations must have awakened multiple feelings for you as a kid.
You have no fucking idea. You have no idea as a trans person how much time and effort my young brain put into imagining which magical girl transformation from Sailor Moon specifically I should have. You have no idea. It probably would have been enough to like power some kind of AI supercomputer that's working on quantum computing. Like I don't know. Like it's nuts, right?
The girl in me wants to be the magical girl. The gay in me wants the magical girl.
Exactly. And the you know, like the switch in me kind of wants to be choked by Sailor Mars. Like that's you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. TMI? TMI? Maybe TMI. Who knows? First sign of being trans, imagining yourself in a magical girl transformation? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe so. I like Sailor Jupiter. Sailor Jupiter was great. I'm working on a video essay. Oh, shit. Old bitch who's been watching anime since the 90s. I'm working on a video essay discussing when isekai was for the girls back in the 90s. Hell yeah.
Quiet tens, and 11 is speaking.
That is low-key one of my favorite memes. Just in general. Sake Tanuki, thank you so much for the subs.
Been a long time. Hope you're doing well. Happy Pride.
Derby Yank, thank you for the 1,000 yen? Question mark? Also, that just reminded me. I need to ask a question real quick. There we go. Nailed it. Fucking Escaflowne is peak. Escaflowne, more people need to watch it. All right. How we doing, folks? How we doing, friends? And that's right. In case you guys haven't ascertained from the title of today's stream, we are going to be diving in to a man making one of the worst decisions of his life. Are we about to dunk on Rave Dubin? Oh, you fucking bet your bootstraps we are. I need to like step away to blow my nose for like 2 seconds, and then we'll start the segment and jump into Dunking on Dave. Another episode of Dunking on Dave. Insert new show graphic here with Dave Rubin going into a dunk tank. I know my editor is not going to make that, but you know, you guys made it in your minds. So that's good enough. Be right back. Okay, I've just been informed that Escaflowne is actually pronounced Escaflowne, which is fine. I will forget this information in approximately 5 minutes, and I do apologize for that. Also, I do know that the name of the video game Ico is supposed to be pronounced Eco, but I refuse to say it right on principle. And that principle is I said it wrong the first time and continued to say it wrong for like 15 years. So now it's just burned into my long-term memory. Myco? No, Ico. It's a really cool video game for the PlayStation 2. Jack reminds me of Merle. Are you referencing the Adventure Zone? Or am I... Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Have I become the McElroy dad? Project Aco? Yeah, you got it. Merle the cat girl? Oh, Marl the cat girl. That's fine. I'm making too many deep cuts, and I'm very sorry to all of you. That will not stop. The deep cuts will continue. Adventure Zone referenced. I just introduced my partner to the first episode today, and I'm very excited. Jesus is real. Repent for your sins. I want you to demonstrate Jesus Christ to me right now. Summon him. Summon him! Bring him forth! Repent that ass. There we go. Nailed it. Jazz Dog, 10 out of 10 response. Is Adventure Zone a deep cut? Absolutely. If you are into anything that isn't Critical Role, it's a deep cut. Okay? Critical Role has like television shows now. It's not a deep cut. Or as deep a cut. The deep cuts will continue until morale improves. There we go. There we go. All right. Are you guys ready to do this? Because I'm not. Now, I do want to be very clear, okay, before we jump into this. Also, wait a minute. I'm now recalling. Okay, I got rid of the Okay, I got rid of the different things. Okay. So, folks, today we're going to take the measure of a man. A man who has made too many mistakes. A man whose life path has been dictated by poor choices since the very moment he was conceived. And that man's name is Dave Rubin, purported inheritor of high-level ideas. And also noted classical liberal. And MAGA man. And here he is on the latest episode of Jubilee. And you know what? It's not often that I can say with certainty, sight unseen, haven't watched a single second of this at all. But I can tell you guys, this man is about to be mogged, manhandled, and absolutely maltreated by a group full of young up-and-comers in the political space. All right? He's about to be let me put it this way. Around 20 liberals in this room are about to be incredibly ableist towards Dave Rubin simply by treating his ideas as if they are as valid as theirs. Now, that might be a big claim here, but I think we're about to see someone who is completely and utterly out of his depth. And I'm here for it. I think it's going to be very funny. So, let's take a look.
You're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden.
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah, so can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off, real median wage growth was better off, inflation was better off at the end of his administration, unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past.
God.
Grigor Niet Russian, as a former owner.
No, wait.
Forward to seeing his highest of level ideas.
Why did it alert? Why usually they alert at the same time? Weird. Grigor Niet Russian, as a former owner of Dave Rubin, I look forward to seeing his highest level ideas. We all should. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Grigor Niet Russian, longtime supporter of the Riverboat Jack stream. No strings attached. Now, I will say there is a high likelihood that different parts of this stream are going to get demonetized as a direct result of us taking a look at Jubilee. That being said, I don't care. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, do those things. They really, really help the channel grow. And also, let me know what you think about this absolute beatdown of this man I would feel sympathy for if he wasn't an advocate for some of the worst ideas known to man. Here we go.
4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration.
Was the Rubin report, did that also accept Russian money?
What show did I do for
No,
Russia?
I'm not saying you did a
Oh no. Oh no. Dude, you put yourself in a room full of people who know all of your shit.
go for Russia. I'm saying Russia saw you as a stooge who could easily say the talking points that benefited them.
But what law is stopping?
What did I do? Well, I'm saying you're a big dumb idiot who will say anything for money. That's what I'm saying. He's just setting them up to be he's setting them up to dunk on him.
You from doing anything that another person cannot do.
Laws are not protecting trans people. If they were, trans people would not be disproportionately unemployed, unhoused.
What would you like the law to do for you? Again, the law can guarantee equality. It can't guarantee protection, right? So.
Yes.
Oh, this is already so much better than I thought it would be. We're not even through a couple of the highlights. Oh my god. The law cannot guarantee protection, can it? Dave! Dave! What the fuck? Guys, this is abuse? Yeah, this is what I mean. You might have thought, if you came into this, that I might be being too mean to Dave Rubin to say that putting these people surrounding him in a room with liberal talking points might be ableist. And I think you're seeing exactly why I said that.
It certainly can.
So has wokeness pushed America past the breaking point, or is the progressive movement the only answer to MAGA? I'm John Regalado, and from Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today we're unpacking what it means to be far left, the backlash to wokeness.
A John Regalado sounds like either a type of sandwich that I don't want to eat at a deli, or the type of some kind of artisanal coffee beverage that I also don't want to drink, but it sounds like some kind of consumable food.
And what your vote stands for in the upcoming midterm election. I'm here with our featured guest, conservative commentator Dave Rubin. Welcome.
Good to be here.
Are y'all ready to debate Dave? Let's begin.
Oh my god, they're gonna murder him with their words.
Again.
I'm Dave Rubin of the Rubin Report, and today I'm surrounded by the far left.
Oh, Dave, this was such a mistake for you, my guy. This was such a fucking mistake. Oh, no, Dave. I don't know why I'm, like, concerned for him, but, like, I feel like this is gonna be, like, Omni-Man just beating his son from that show, Invincible. Like, this is gonna be some real, like, uncomfortable levels of intellectual beatdown.
My first surrounded claim is that wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did.
God, what does that mean, Dave? I want Dave to define woke. I want him to define what that means, because I bet you could not drag it out of him, aside from vibes.
All right, if you would like to debate this claim, please get to the center in 3, 2, 1.
He's quick. He's quick.
Huh, you brought a bunch of leftists in, but then you asked them to move to the center. Huh, just like Jubilee.
So I find it interesting that you think wokeism's done so much damage to America as opposed to Donald
Happy
Trump.
Pride to everyone but Rubin and that one guy promoting Israel. Real.
Spot Dogs, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. And also, I don't know which one guy you're talking about. You will have to be more specific. But that guy, no happy pride to you, guy promoting a terrorist state. No happy pride to you.
Wokeism did not kick 17 million Americans off of their health insurance through Medicaid. Wokeism didn't start a disastrous war with Iran that has now led to inflation outpacing wage growth. Wokeism.
Hey,
We are starting Pride
Uncle
by
Simmer.
watching a gay man get abused by a crowd of 20 people who hate him, but not because he is gay. Because he is gay.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like there's something about this where I'm kind of like, oh no, I do feel a little bad about it on some level, but on every other level I feel pretty good about it. So I'm excited for this. And you know, maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe this makes me a bad person. Maybe wishing ill to befall my political enemies and rivals makes me not a good person. But you know what? I'm willing to take that label. You know? If the right wants to label me a bad person because I like watching Dave Rubin suffer, that's fine.
Hasn't ripped up institutions or attempted even to destroy free speech, even by your standards, because Ronald Reagan appointed judge ruled that the Trump administration was violating the First Amendment by attempting to deport, arrest, and detain students and faculty members on college campuses for protesting for Palestine. Wokeism, to me,
Fact check, Reagan-appointed Judge William G. Young of the U.S. District Court of the District of Massachusetts ruled on September 29th to 30th, 2025 in AAUP versus Rubio that the Trump administration's ideological deportation policy, arresting, detaining, and seeking to deport non-citizen students and faculty for pro-Palestinian campus advocacy violated the First Amendment. Huh.
yeah, it doesn't even have remotely as disastrous as a track record as Donald Trump.
Well, how would you define wokeism? I guess we should.
Dude! You're defining it! You're the guy who's making the claim! The people who are debating you aren't the ones defining terms! It's you! I'm gonna lose it.
Start with
I think wokeism is a pejorative term that's used to describe left-wing cultural politics.
Right. And what do you think left-wing cultural politics are?
Man, don't play this game with him. Just ask Dave to define his own fucking term.
I'd say left-wing cultural politics include just the broad attitudes towards social justice, especially for minority groups that have faced persecution in various ways.
Okay, so I think the simplest way to define wokeism is
There we go.
basically collectivism on steroids, and usually as it applies to race and gender, meaning that you should be judged.
Oh, I know this lady. This lady's been on like multiple other Jubilees. But like, okay, so wokeism is collectivism on steroids, like when it comes to women and minorities. But like, Dave, are you saying women shouldn't be able to organize to advocate for the rights of women? Oh my god. Jack, I know you've survived Spirit Science and What If Alt Hiss. This might be worse. Look, okay? You might be worried about me, but I have words from the past to give us all strength, okay? And I need you all to remember this about me. Never forget.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
There we go. All right? Seabass in AK, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. He's a gay man, Jack. Women are to fact turners calculus. I mean, he's a gay conservative man, so maybe that's correct. There are plenty of gay men who are very lovely and considerate of women.
Based on the color, you actually should be judged based on the color of your skin and your sexuality and your gender and a whole bunch.
I'm sorry, every word out of this guy's mouth is awful. And I am going to be a real pause champ about this because I don't want to get like the stream black screened, okay? It's just very irritating. But I am going to say right here, like, the idea that he thinks being woke means that you should judge everyone based on the color of their skin is genuine insanity. Did he just say being woke is being racist? That is what he's trying to say. He's trying to align the term wokeness to just mean you're a racist.
Of immutable character.
Sleep. Yeah, he's not advocating for wokeism. He's advocating for sleepism. For sleepy boyitis.
Characteristics, and depending on where those fall on the left's kind of hierarchy of importance, that's kind of how you can parse out where people should be and how important their ideas are.
So even assuming your characterization to be an accurate characterization, which I don't necessarily take,
right?
Can you give me,
we're going to have a lot of trouble getting to a fair agreement on
that
wokeism.
Wokeism has, for example, skyrocketed inflation to outpace wage growth, the way that Donald Trump's war of aggression on Iran has done. Can you demonstrate that wokeism has violated the First Amendment by arresting students and faculty members on college campuses?
Okay, well, yes, I can. So let's start. Well, first off, the
oh God, they're already all laughing at him. Yes, I can actually demonstrate that oil prices are directly related to wokeism. My name's Dave Rubin, and I have high-level ideas, and those high-level ideas allow me to bullshit anything to be connected to anything else that I choose. You see, when you imagine two things being connected, you can imagine an infinite number of connections between them.
Disastrous war, the quote-unquote disastrous war that you're talking about. You're talking about a 40-day military operation that stopped an apocalyptic regime from getting a nuclear bomb and exporting terrorism throughout the world.
It's not done yet. We are still in a state of war with them.
Well, then we're now in an economic embargo of them, right? We've basically
we have military units dispersed across the region and are actively bombing them.
Done a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So to say it's a disastrous war,
we've done a blockade.
We did lose. Hang on. We did lose 13.
It's not an act of war to do a blockade in Dave Rubin's world. Okay.
We did lose 13 of our soldiers, and that is
killed over
terrible.
200 children.
But things happen in war, right?
Yeah.
Things just happen. In war, guys, in war, things just happen. They're not. There's no actor behind the things. Things just happen. You know, like tide goes in, tide goes out. Things just happen. It's not like there were fingers on triggers. It's not like there were, orders given. It's not like there was an entire chain of command that ends directly with President Trump. No. It's things just happen because everyone's absolved of responsibility, just like the Epstein files in MAGA world. Things just happen. No one's responsible somehow. Things just happen.
Yeah. Well, things do happen in war. You can laugh at that. Hold on. Listen, you want to talk?
I agree. But that's why war should be a last option. If Donald Trump wanted to prevent the Islamic Republic of Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, he could have just stuck with the Iran nuclear deal that he ripped up.
I have a hard time being able to debate with anyone who cannot even agree to the basic definitions of things like war and embargo. Well, that's the thing, right? In order to have an actual debate on a topic, there need to be agreed upon terms. If you cannot even agree upon the terms, then there can't be a debate. Like, you can't... kind of the same way, like, if someone is talking about, like, you know, you believe in gay rights and another person just believes that gay people shouldn't exist, point blank, you can't really have a debate on that necessarily, because one person is just denying the ability of gay people to exist at all, right? Like, it's just becomes a vehicle for the more extreme ideology. It's less productive in any kind of finding the truth, which is kind of supposed to be the purpose of debate, and more becomes like a political exercise, right? Well, like, I think a great example of this that you can see is the Whatever podcast. Many people might be familiar with that. It's a show where some guys bring on like sex workers and like MAGA chuds, and then have the chuds yell at the sex workers. That's like their debate format, and essentially none of the debates are actually substantive, because what winds up happening is it's just yelling, it's just belittling, it's just name calling of the sex workers. But occasionally you'll get a moment that plays directly into um the MAGA chud worldview, and that's when it suddenly becomes like an actual conversation, right? A great example of this would be this particular clip. I think it's this one. Is it?
I'd like.
Here we go. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I need to find like the actual. Here we go.
Okay.
It's just too fucking greasy.
Yeah, you know what?
You'll get the same thing. Come in here, Jake. You think? Come on, you'll see for yourself. You can't get your fucking hand on it. Try it. Nah, you fucker. That was bullshit. Bullshit.
Like this moment with a pickle jar where he's trying to say men are big and strong and can open pickle jars. Women are too weak because they're the inferior ones. Like, and then he can't open the pickle jar, and instead another guy from offset has to go and open the jar for him, and it immediately you see him fucking get upset and kind of lose it, because he knows that that makes him look like a big dumb moron, right? It's very funny, of course, but also it's kind of like that's the level at which a debate without really any substance or agreed upon terms, that's the level that it can really get to. It just becomes a political show, politically advantageous or disadvantageous depending on like how people comport themselves, which is why in a lot of like far right debate circles you just get MAGA people shouting at like liberals and calling them slurs, because in their circles that's just kind of what makes them look good, right? Yeah. So exactly to your point, Quiet Panic, if you cannot agree on basic terms, there's not really a debate to be had. And the thing that Dave Rubin is trying to do here desperately is just, well, woke is something completely different than what anyone understands it as. It's collectivism.
Iran did not enrich past the 3.67. Wait, they didn't enrich past the 3.67% agreed upon in the JCPOA. They only got to 60% after Donald Trump left that deal and then started doing aggressive actions.
I must say, I'm impressed with your talking points.
Chat, this is almost 2 hours long. He's been defeated in less than 5 minutes. He is sitting there just being like, "Oh my god, your talking points, they're so good." I cannot believe this. God damn, dude.
Got impressive talking points, and you memorized them well. They're not correct, but I am impressed.
Okay,
first off, the Iranians admitted in the negotiations right before the war started that they were enriching past what they were allowed to. That's.
What do you mean what they were allowed to? There's no agreement that binds them because Donald Trump ripped up the JCPOA. When Donald Trump ripped up the JCPOA, suddenly there was no diplomatic document restraining or stopping Iran from enriching uranium. That was the one thing that was doing it. There was a mechanism in place to monitor that. When Donald Trump ripped up the JCPOA, he destroyed that mechanism. And he destroyed any real reason for Iran to avoid enriching uranium, rather.
Number one. Number two, you also have to go on the assumption. You also have to go. Hold on.
Hold on.
You also have to go on the assumption or acceptance that can you agree or verify their claims? It's one thing to say, oh, this is what we're doing, this is what we are agreed to, etc. But
IAEA reports and U.S. analyses show Iran did not enrich uranium beyond the JCPOA's 3.67% limit until after Trump pulled the U.S. out of the nuclear deal. Iran started exceeding that cap in 2019 in response to withdrawal. You know, the thing that they did in response to Donald Trump doing his thing.
You have to be able to verify that. And the idea that we have people on the ground or the UN or some third-party organization that can verify what they're actually doing with underground nuclear sites and a whole bunch of other things is I would say, quite a leap of faith, right? You want to
oh man. Dude, the JCPOA had international inspectors coming in and inspecting their facilities. The JCPOA literally had mechanisms to do that. And you're just saying, well, imagine if Iran had secret methods of enrichment. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine if Iran had like a giant laser on the moon that could just blow up cities. Imagine that. Imagine if Iran had like a transing serum that they could put into the US water supply that just transed everybody. Imagine that. Imagine that Iran had just a gigantic egg, and we don't know what's inside it, but maybe one day that egg will hatch, and a world-devouring serpent will emerge. Imagine that! You can imagine quite a lot of different things and scenarios. Isn't that convenient for Dave Rubin? I guess his high-level ideas are getting a little bit too high-level.
Trust but verify.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
So the IAEA and U.S. intelligence said that Iran did not enrich past the 3.67% prior to Donald Trump ripping up and stepping out of the Iran nuclear deal in I believe it was 2017, 2018
so again,
when he did that.
In these negotiations,
because Donald Trump ripped up the Iran nuclear deal to begin with, that's the only reason why.
Let's try it a different way. I'll try it a different way.
The IAEA assessments agree with me, and Tulsi Gabbard, our director of national intelligence, testified in front of Congress last year, and according to the entire intelligence community, Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program.
Okay. That they didn't have a nuclear weapons program, they were enriching past the point that they were allowed to for civilian use. Everyone knows that, but allow.
They were breaking the rules. What rules, Dave? What rules exactly were they breaking?
My rules.
What If is a series of comics by Marvel, not a policy position? True.
But do you understand a weaponization process is different than just enriching?
Do you think the Iranian regime...
Also, yeah, there are like I love the modern conservative movement, you know? Like it used to be that I would have to like do research, like in-depth research instead of just being like a well-informed person who understands the news and reads the news and like just is constantly devouring the news. It's me, the news serpent, here to devour your news. But Dave Rubin is just so full of shit that like anything he says, even at face value, is bullshit, right? Like obviously enriching uranium does make it easier to weaponize that uranium. However, just having enriched uranium on its own doesn't make a bomb. Like I don't know how to like more succinctly put it, right? Which is like it's kind of like just having a bullet doesn't mean you have a gun. Like you don't these things are not the same. Like if you were trying to invent a gun from scratch and you made a bullet, you'd still have to make the entire gun.
Before this war, the Iranian regime that has oppressed the people of Iran for 40 years.
In her March 2025 intelligence testimony, Tulsi Gabbard said U.S. intelligence agencies concluded Iran was not currently building a nuclear weapon and had not restarted its pre-2003 nuclear weapons program. She later clarified that Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile could produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if the order were given to build one.
Do you think that was a good regime? Would you say that was a good government? Would you like to live under those people? Were they progressive in any way? Do they hold any of the values that any of you guys hold?
No, but we don't just start wars on countries whose politics we disagree with, or who
more like just having gunpowder. Sure.
Are oppressive to their own people. We were actually an ally to Saudi Arabia, and Mohammed bin Salman ripped up.
That I agree with. You don't do that.
Okay,
we got something. All right, we got something.
Oh man, Dave, you're so out of your depth. It's crazy.
Something
Israel that has committed gross human rights violations in Gaza.
I'm shocked that Israel came up. Israel, the only place that has any of the progressive values that any of you guys share.
Really?
And any of was he about to say any of the PragerU values?
Place that has any of the progressive values that
he was.
Any of you guys share.
Really? This is actually, this is perfect. This is perfect because one of the things that you told me at the beginning of this conversation was that wokeism was judging people based on characteristics and collective thought. Israel is literally centered around the prioritization of the Jewish people as a matter of policy. That is literally collectivist thought. So you must hate Israel too. You must think that that's the ultimate form of collective identity.
Dave is having a really bad day, guys. Dave, look. Dave woke up that morning just like you and me, all right? Put his pants on, one leg at a time, had some coffee, moseyed on over to the set, and thought to himself, this will save my dying YouTube channel. And, I think it might be at this moment that Dave realized he fucked up.
Identity, right?
How many Muslim countries are there? How many Muslim countries?
So you're just pivoting?
No, I'm going to answer.
But wait.
There are a lot of Muslim countries out there. And they're all secretly aligned against the United States. And I don't really have any proof of this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Is Israel collectivist?
How many Muslim countries are there?
I'm sure there are a lot of Muslim countries because there are a lot more Muslims than Jews.
Yeah, well, just ballpark. How many Muslim countries are there?
I would probably maybe say let's say between 10 to 20 maybe.
All right, you're off by about 40. There's about 52 or 53 Muslim countries. Yeah. In any of those countries, how's it going for minorities, women, gays, Christians?
Huh. You've played a very inconvenient rhetorical card, comparing the collectivist action that I say is too woke to the collectivist action taken by the nation of Israel. Well, have you considered Muslims in attack mode? Like, that's what
I
he's
love
doing
a good
here. It's
lambasting of
crazy.
right-wing trash, but Surrounded needs to go away.
I agree, and I really, I've been good. I've avoided talking about Surrounded, but this was too good for me to pass up. This was too good for me to pass up. I couldn't not.
Jews.
Yeah, I can say that other nations, it's extraordinarily repressive. But like I said,
Okay, we got to pause there. We got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
Please return to your seat.
It's been fun. Oh, she had it. She had it. All right.
Dave.
All right. Hi.
Good to meet you. I'm
Good to
actually a
meet
big
you.
fan. I've been watching you since like all the way back in the Sam Harris era.
Oh yeah.
And then I remember you brought
softening
on,
me up. Okay.
No, you brought
okay.
on like Stephen Molyneux, like the white nationalist, and I was like, this guy just loves ideas. He just loves all different types.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh man, bringing up fucking Stefan Molyneux in 2026. Oh my god, I guarantee you, Dave Rubin was not expecting that. It has Dave Rubin making one of the only sound clips that I have of him on my soundboard, which is from the time he voice acted a non-binary person in oh god, what was the terrible Twitter-based comedy animated show they did? The New Norm.
I don't understand. You're black.
He's just direct response to Stefan Molyneux.
Of ideas. I love that. But yeah, just wanted to talk right now specifically about the difference between progressive values and the MAGA coalition.
Sure.
It seems to me that all of the ills that are attributed to wokeism are typically things that people find annoying. So people being overly, policey about their pronoun usage or talking about specific groups that might seem extremely marginalized. That's what I typically hear from the right. I don't hear like a degradation of like society unless it's the far theocratic right. And I don't think that you ascribe to that. Would you call yourself a theocrat?
I mean, I wrote the best-selling book on classical liberalism, so it's funny, I get called a conservative all the time. I actually happen to be...
The name of this video is literally one MAGA Republican versus 24 left Democrats. People call me a conservative, but I'm not really sure how they do that. Anyway, my name's Dave Rubin, and I love Donald Trump.
A liberal in the truest sense of liberal.
You should join the circle.
And progressives are not liberal as a general rule of thought. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like that.
I'm Dave Rubin. I'm holding the line against the far left progressive scourge. That's right. I'm a better Democrat than any of you here. My name's Dave Rubin.
Type of like annoyance that wokeism presents to the world is a lot less dangerous than like, I don't know, the coalition that you're a part of that like condemns people for having children when they're in gay marriages, or says things like, people that are of particular sexual orientations don't deserve the same equal rights.
Well,
would you say that that's something that's dangerous?
A coalition is going to have all sorts of people in it. So
it's like
MAGA, if we were talking
ideological
about
diversity.
Yeah, if we were talking about what MAGA is, what I like about MAGA actually is that it's not a specific set of you have to believe this exact set, right? You have to believe these exact
some people in MAGA can
things.
believe like gay couples can have kids, and others can believe like that's degeneracy and those people need to be jailed. Well, those are like the difference of ideas.
Well, actually, the tough answer to that is
Oh, just as in case people don't know, Dave Rubin is gay and has children with his husband.
Yes, as long as you're not trying to litigate someone's life. I am around a lot of conservatives all the time, and particularly Christian conservatives, let's say. They generally are not for gay marriage. By the way, there's not one mosque in the United States that performs gay marriages, which is worth noting.
Why are you so focused on Muslims today?
Well, I'm just giving you giving you a fact. But what I have found,
I'm just giving you a fact out of the blue for no reason. That's how debate works.
consistently. You know, Donald Trump was the first incoming first-time president that was for gay marriage.
I actually really want to talk about
Barack Obama was not for gay marriage when he first came in.
And not until
Oh, actually, that's not true. There are ones in California that do. That's wonderful.
So what I would say is the MAGA movement. I mean, look, Scott Bessent, who's the Treasury Secretary, is married to a man and has kids. Peter Thiel is married to a man and has kids. Douglas Murray is one of the greatest voices we have in conservatism, happens to be gay.
Yeah.
I don't, for the most part, people on the right actually believe in individual rights and don't really care. But that doesn't mean
that's where you've lost me, though, because
that doesn't mean that everyone has to have the same religious perspective on everything.
But you've been around the block for a long time, and just like you alluded to, in 2016, Trump held up a flag that said LGBTQ for Trump. He was asked in a CBS interview, would you let Caitlyn Jenner use the bathroom that she wants to in your hotels? He said absolutely. He didn't have a problem with that.
He actually gave a better answer than that. He said, I'm a hotel builder. If you told me I had to build one bathroom, that would be fine with me. I think it's a great answer.
But that's what's crazy is that evolution has changed so much to the current MAGA movement. The MAGA movement today, Donald Trump would absolutely not say that somebody could use the bathroom aligned with their gender identity. He specifically banned that. And not just that, but he's also just called for, he specifically wrote an executive order that classifies far leftist groups like pro-transgender groups.
I'm feeling a little called out, feeling a little targeted right now. Can't imagine how Dave Rubin feels. I'm sympathizing with him. It's disgusting.
As a danger to the country, which often the entire military can go after. That is insane. That is absolutely a violation of people's individual.
On May 6, 2026, the White House released its new U.S. counterterrorism strategy, which explicitly names violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists such as Antifa, and radically pro-transgender groups as security threats alongside cartels and Islamist terror groups. That's right, folks. If you're too radically pro-trans, you might be a terrorist. But it's wokeism that's gone too far. It's wokeism that's gone too far, not, the ever-grasping arm of an authoritarian state. No. It's trans people wanting to use the bathroom. That's going too far. It's crazy. And the argument against trans people? I just don't like their vibes. That genuinely, for conservatives, they don't have a good reason to hate trans people. None of them do. It's all just vibes. It's all just vibes. It's why, every single stream I do, I get, a deluge of conservatives constantly telling me that I'm not a real woman, or I'll never be a real woman, or whatever, because it's all just vibes. They don't have arguments. They're not actually trying to make any points. They're just going off of vibes, and they want to ruin my vibes and our vibes in the process, right? They want to be vibe dominant, never realizing, of course, that they're all vibe submissives. I know this because I just blocked them from the chat, and that steams their hides. They don't want their kids to see trans people are an option. That's their reason. They want the 1% of kids they have that are trans to have zero idea they are so they suffer quietly and never transition. I mean, that's probably part of it, right? But also, trans people exist. We're cute and we're hot and we exist out in the world. And eventually they're gonna figure it out. And I don't know. I feel like conservatives that react this way against the existence of a reality that they don't like essentially are just, at best, kicking the can further down the road, but eventually their kid is just going to hate them and not visit them anymore. That's all you're really setting yourself up for, is misery for your own self and misery for your children. And that just seems like a terrible decision to make. Right? I don't know. Seems like a bad idea. A lot of nasty, rude people in chat tonight. That's vertical chat, baby.
rights.
All right, so you want to talk about the trans issue sort of broadly, I
want
right?
to talk about the MAGA coalition
what I
that
can
claims
tell you,
to be
what I can tell
pro-individual
you,
liberty,
right.
yet wants to police the way that people express
But what are they
themselves,
doing?
that also wants to police people's bodies, that want to go after...
Well, that's it. Oh, my God. You nailed it. Katali, you nailed it. They see it as zombie rules. Can't get bit by the trans bug. That's literally it. Conservatives have bought into, and this was popularized, by the way, in the US around like the queer rights movement of like the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, right? Which is the idea that conservatives pushed that this was a social contagion. Now, that might sound familiar to folks who've been paying attention to Republican arguments over the last several years, right? Which is essentially gay and trans stuff acts as a social contagion. This is why they think like drag queens reading books to children or like a trans character in a children's television show. This is why they react so negatively against that, because they view it as a vector for infection. They view it as something that could make their children sick. And I find it fascinating that they apply this to LGBTQ stuff, but not to actual infectious diseases that they are getting infected with at a far higher rate because none of them believe in vaccination anymore, right? So they think of it like a gateway. Yes, but I want you all to understand this is all a very old phenomenon. The idea of social contagion goes back to Nazi Germany. It was part of the fascist underbelly and undercurrent of it. And it comes out of the eugenics beliefs, right? Which, again, if you start following that thread back, it kind of brings you back to America. So we kind of keep coming back home here in America with this idea, right? And that idea is essentially that if someone is gay, well, that means they can't have children. They can't have biological children. They can't procreate, the normal way. And if somebody is trans, they also might not be able to procreate the normal way, right? And for conservatives, that deviation is viewed as an unacceptable violation of eugenics ideas. And most conservatives wouldn't put it in that way, but that's really what it comes down to. And so when you have that type of eugenicist belief and it meets fascism, what happens is an authoritarian spin on that eugenicist belief, which is essentially we need to take the gays out of the population, otherwise they are going to infect the rest of the population. They're all going to become gay, and then our people will die out. Right? And this is also part of the reason why you also, in the modern era, have this rising up of this belief in great replacement. And the concern over birth rates. And it's also creepy and weird because it comes from that fascist eugenicist place. Right? And Peace Earth writes, social contagion theory is part of the Nazi slaughter of the disabled. Exactly. Yes. From early on, check out book Nazi Slaughter of the Disabled. Yep. You are correct. So it's scary to conservatives on several different levels. And that's why they are just so virulently anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ, etc. So I find it fascinating to watch this interplay.
For people specifically because of their ethnicity,
right?
None of that should be
Okay, so
tolerated.
Donald Trump is in the middle of his second term. Gay marriage is here. It's passed. It's a just
Then
cause.
why are
I
so
believe
many
in individual rights.
Wait, you're friends with Michael Knowles, right?
Yeah.
So what's that coalition again called? I think it's like Less Equal. That's trying to actually get rid of Obergefell and overturn gay marriage rights. Does that not concern you?
Well, first off, I've never heard of that specific organization. But what I can tell you,
you're friends with them.
Michael is part of. I just don't know what you're talking about. But what
you
I
can
would
look it up right
but
now.
what I would
it's
say
called
is
Less Than.
no.
And it's Lila Rose, Michael
Yeah.
Knowles. I think it's what's that guy's name at the Daily Wire, the head one?
Okay, but that's not Donald Trump.
I understand that you want to go away from this.
No. That's not
topic.
Donald Trump. That's not the head of the party. I have friends well, first off, Michael and I are friends, but there is a cap on our friendship. There actually
How are you
is.
friends with someone who doesn't want you to be in love, my man?
He doesn't want me to be in love. He's had dinner at my house with his wife. My husband cooked for him.
Yeah, look. There's no way a bigot could ever be bigoted against their friends. It's not like a bigot might have an idea that Dave is one of the good ones and individually find him palatable as a useful stooge for their ideological movement. But, like, Dave can't even conceive of a world in which Michael Knowles would succeed and remove Dave's ability to marry his husband. You know? Like, that's pretty pathetic. It's pretty pathetic to just live in a world where you just think people say things and it has no relation to reality. You know? And that's effectively the world that Dave Rubin has built for himself. He just says things and there's no real world implication for that. And he believes that of his friends. You know, it's similar in my mind to what happens in Washington, D.C., right? You have lawmakers on the left and the right who go and they argue against each other on the floor of the Senate or the House of Representatives, and they will wheel and deal. They will fight tooth and nail politically, and then at the end of the day, they all go and have drinks together. You know? Now, to be fair, my understanding is that has dropped off in recent years, but it's still, especially among older members of Congress, a pretty common thing to have friends that are explicitly bigoted in their aims. Because at a certain point, for the people who are in this all day, every day, in the weeds of politics and policy, like, it stops being as real, I think, to a lot of them.
Against God,
Yeah.
so I want to have a word with him.
No. But think about what you're saying. I get
Dave,
no.
real quick.
Think about what I'm saying.
But what I want to say
your
is,
name. Wait. Hold on, champ. You know, in your world of how tolerant you are showing me you're actually showing a remarkable amount of intolerance, because although I don't know the group that you're talking about, Michael Knowles as a human being has been to my house, and my husband has cooked him lamb, and we have enjoyed evenings together and shared personal moments and all of those things. Now, do we agree on absolutely everything? Of course the answer to that is no. And if Michael or anyone else was trying to lead some organization that was going to go against my civil rights, well, that is where obviously we would have our difference of opinion, of course.
David,
but I also
like, quite literally, this is an article from 2024. Michael Knowles claims LGBTQ plus people have pretend families with queer parents not fit to raise a child. On Wednesday's episode of The Michael Knowles Show, he argued that same-sex couples are unfit to raise children, calling their families pretend and claiming they undermine traditional family values. During his podcast, Knowles referenced a 2022 comment by controversial University of Pennsylvania law professor Amy Wax, who said that gay couples are not fit to raise children. Quote, "That's just obviously true," unquote, Knowles said, in agreement with Wax, adding that because same-sex couples cannot biologically produce a child together, they are inherently unqualified to parent. And he further criticized LGBTQ families who use assisted reproductive technologies such as surrogacy and in vitro fertilization, arguing that these couples are pretending to be legitimate parents. So, that would be Dave Rubin's great friend he keeps cooking for. What about adoption? Well, in Michael Knowles' world, you gotta have a mommy and a daddy. But, you know, they have to be opposite genders. Or I guess opposite sexes? Maybe it's okay if they're like the same gender, but they are opposite sex. Whatever. He hates trans people and gay people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be ideologically consistent because no bigot is.
But I also respect people's religious beliefs. They're allowed to have their religious beliefs.
Yeah, no one's saying Michael Knowles isn't allowed to religiously hate you. No one's saying that. But what they are saying, Dave, is that you are eating and aiding the political movement that seeks to strip you of the rights you have enjoyed with your husband and to be parents to your children. God.
Religious beliefs are not allowed to legislate my life. This is all very separate from the trans thing, which obviously I sense is going to come up a few more times today.
I'll just say real quick, I'm not trying to come after you. I believe that you should have the full liberty to have the family of your choice. But what I will say is I'm glad Michael treats you with respect individually when you guys are together. But when he goes in front of his platform and says that a video of two gay men having a child is the most disgusting thing that he's ever seen, which is a quote, you can look up the tweet. Michael said that that child is in one of the most dangerous situations he can think of, which is crazy to think of all the abusive parents that actually live in this society, regardless of sexual orientation. And you're going to look at a happy family.
On April 16th, 2026, Michael Knowles posted on X that a clip of two gay men in Nashville with the baby they had via surrogacy was the most horrifying video I've ever seen in my life. On April 17th, 2026, he released a YouTube video about the couple titled, "This is the most horrifying video Michael Knowles has ever seen." Yeah, also, he's been consistent about that. He's been consistent about this idea for years. Like, this isn't new information.
And say this is disgusting. That should feel like a violation.
Okay, so I didn't see that video, but if what you're asking me is do I agree with, if let's just say what you said is true.
Like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not inviting anybody into my home who thinks that like me having a partner and us being gay together is unacceptable. I'm not inviting someone like that into my home. Because I have something called self-respect. Either Michael Knowles is just full of shit, and Dave Rubin secretly knows this and is willing to tolerate Michael Knowles in his home because he's like, well, he didn't really mean it. Or Dave Rubin lacks any and all self-respect. And honestly, might be a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B.
Do I agree with Michael's point on that? Of course the answer is no.
But that is the MAGA coalition.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
That is the ideology.
No, that's not
in which...
No, that's
dude.
Some have their fur singed off from the axe.
Oh god. Sorry, that was Legends of Adventurous in another tab. You should all check it out. Anyway, not a sponsorship, just a technical difficulty. The issue here is that like the Republican platform is explicitly anti-gay marriage. It was part of Project 2025. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the states are still pushing. Like, the states are still pushing a repeal of Obergefell. And regardless of what Donald Trump says or like what the Republican like platform is officially, they are moving to try and overturn Obergefell. Obergefell v. Hodges is the only reason you have gay marriage right now. And they're trying to undo it. Dave knows this, unless he's a complete and utter moron. And I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he does know this and is just disgustingly throwing himself and everyone like him under the bus.
Fun fact. Dave Rubin is so bad that he started my drift out of the right-wing pipeline. I remember watching his show in 2015 and thinking, wow, his interviews are awful and he asks no questions.
What, you didn't like it when Dave Rubin was suckered into becoming a conservative by Larry Elder. You didn't care for that episode of Dave Rubin's show? Are they just self-haters? I don't think Dave Rubin is a self-hater. I think Dave Rubin saw an enormous pile of money waiting to be made and thought to himself, I'm gonna get that bag. I think he probably does hate himself for sure, but I do think he's doing it very specifically for the money.
Not the coalition. No, that's not the coalition.
That is what the administration is pushing
you're taking
towards.
a very specific person and you're saying...
Is it a small specific?
Oh,
is it
absolutely.
A
yes.
No, it is not.
Yes. Oh, it is.
A majority.
No, that's completely absurd.
It
That's
is
completely
not.
absurd. It's
Okay,
completely absurd.
We got to pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Give me
return
two.
to
All
your
right.
seat.
Just out of curiosity, what is the gay marriage support among conservatives? Let's take a look at a Gallup poll from 2025. Do we have good data here? Here we go. Americans' views of the moral acceptability of same-sex relations. So, as you can see here, as a median, 64% of U.S. adults find it acceptable for people to be gay. 69% of independents, nice. And 86% of Democrats think it's fine to be gay. Whereas 38% of Republicans think it's not fine to be gay. Or, sorry, rather, 38% think it's okay to be gay. Meaning that a solid 62% of Republicans hate gay people. And, wow, it's so strange here. You can see support going up and going up and going up, and then suddenly Republicans found a wedge issue in 2022 around trans kids in sports, and boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how that goes. But Dave, I think you might be surrounded by some not great people here, Dave.
Good grab.
I want to go to your prompt in a second, but I just wanted to address, so I actually come from a Christian background.
Is incest okay? No.
I spend a lot of my career debating Christian nationalists. And even the nicest Christian nationalists, they do want to take your rights. I spend a lot of time talking to these people, even the really nice ones. So I just want to be careful, and I guess I want to say, like, I remember when you posted about having your kids on Twitter, which congratulations.
Yeah,
on your
thanks.
Kids. The comments were horrifying. I don't know if you remember, but it was Christian nationalists and Republicans tearing you and your husband down for having a child.
Well, you should also note there was a lot of love. There was an awful lot of love from an awful lot of conservatives and liberals.
Yeah, where was that hate coming from, though?
And people across the board and everything else. The way the internet operates is people only focus on the negative. So was there a whole bunch of nasty
Which
comments?
side did it
was there
come
a whole
from
bunch of nasty?
Do you guess? Let's be honest. Let's just be honest. Which side supports it?
That, if you're asking me about for that specific post, it was for that specific post, it was mostly people on the right, for sure. It was.
Who were attacking him.
Yeah, I fully acknowledge.
Yeah, what? Why is that, Dave? Why might they be attacking you for being gay, Dave? If it's not as part of the MAGA coalition, if that's not a core component there, why is it so accepted for those bigots to find a home there?
Acknowledge that, absolutely. 99% of the hate that I get is from people that are in this circle.
Sure, but it's definitely not for being gay.
What?
It's for supporting, going back to the prompt.
No.
It's for supporting.
It's not for being gay, like the act
authoritarian
of gay.
desiring.
Yeah, conservatives are upset at you for the act and ongoing state of being gay. Yeah.
Probably demented old man. So going back to the prompt of wokeism, it seems like you defined it as intersectionality, some collectivization based on
true, Liz Galahad. Very excellent distinction. A huge difference between nice and good or loving. Backstabbers love being polite and nice because it makes things easy for them. Exactly. And Dave is kind of like that, right? Like, Dave here is essentially trying to act as like the last true liberal, you know, like that's kind of been his brand, which is obviously died completely here because he's just going on a show as a MAGA Republican. But like, he's basically trying to say, no. It's okay. Michael Knowles is nice to me. There's no way he would be a bad guy if he's nice. Right? Like, and he's trying to do the same thing. He's like, I'm just a swell, nice guy. Why, how could I be perpetrating a bigoted movement? I'm just a little birthday boy.
You take, yeah, we could basically
So
go with that.
wokeism is intersectionality.
It is a piece, well, intersectionality is a piece of wokeism. If you're going to group people on these immutable.
Intersectionality is a piece of wokeism. Recognizing that things are connected is woke to Dave Rubin. People on the left criticize Dave for being a liar and a grifter, and he calls it hate. Yeah, no, it's just an accurate diagnosis. Like, a doctor doesn't hate you because he, let me put it this way. If a doctor diagnoses you with cancer, it's not because he hates you. It's because you have a fucking tumor growing in your brain.
Characteristics, and then you decide based on this, we got to put black people up here, we've got to put white guys down here, gays are going to be above the straights, trans will be above the gays, you know, you have this endless hierarchy.
Policy harms have happened?
I mean, quite literally, the easiest one would be college admissions. I mean, we
guys, Donald Trump might be crashing the economy with an endless sea of tariffs, starting wars across the world that we had no reason to start, causing international catastrophes by suddenly cutting off like a sizable portion of the world's oil. You know, sowing discord domestically with men in masks kidnapping Americans out of their homes. But, you know, on the other hand, when it came to being woke, college admissions were a real bitch. So, you know, on the one hand, untold amounts of economic turmoil and like geopolitical destabilization and thousands upon thousands of dead bodies, and on the other hand, you know, college admissions were kind of rough for some people.
know that Harvard and other colleges were discriminating against mostly white and Asian students because they wanted more diversity, and they were allowing students of color with lesser grades to get in. As a general rule,
if we're worried about universities, who's cutting?
This, by the way, is not accurate. Just as an FYI. Let me pull this up here. Yeah. Essentially, folks, white women and white men heavily benefited from DEI programs. So if your entire thing was, well, DEI discriminated against white men and white women, it made it easier for them to get into college. Like, DEI programs were heavily utilized by white men and white women. Not exclusively, but it was heavily utilized, right? It is genuinely baffling to me. Yeah, here is an article from 2025 about it. DEI programs are designed to help white people too. Here's how. This is by Lisa Bondurant, Associate Professor of Secondary Math Education, Mississippi State University, and Brianna Jamison, Instructor of Special Education, Mississippi State University. And let's take a look here. Broadly speaking, a large majority of people within most racial and ethnic groups receive some kind of federal funding, some of which is connected to DEI programs. That includes 81% of Black students, 74% of American Indian / Alaska Native students, 72% of Hispanic or Latino students, 70% of white students, and 66% of Asian students, according to a 2023 report on from the National Center for Education Statistics based on data during the 2019 to 2020 academic year. The center's data does not indicate whether those programs were explicitly designated for DEI initiatives. For example, Pell Grants are need-based, not explicitly DEI. That said, DEI initiatives encompass a broad range of programs that support various underrepresented groups, including first-generation college students and students with disabilities. They often benefit women and veterans. Each of these groups invariably include many white students. First-generation students, in particular, at most universities, a portion of DEI funding is dedicated to programs designed to support the success of first-generation students or students whose parents did not graduate from college. DEI initiatives enhance first-generation students' academic success by addressing their unique challenges, such as financial constraints, cultural adjustments, and unfamiliarity with college environments. They do this through tailored support programs, including inclusive learning communities, and mentorship opportunities. National data shows that 56% of college students are first-generation attendees, and white students represent 46% of that group, more than any other single race. Oh. I guess Dave is racist against white people now. Taking away the tools that were helping white people succeed in academia. It's very racist of you, Dave.
Their funding.
Well, hold on. Do you agree that happened?
To some degree, I think it was overblown to a large degree. Because affirmative action basically ended, I think, in the early 2000s, right? A lot of these issues were clamped down on pretty.
In Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, decided June 2023, the Supreme Court held Harvard's admissions program violated the Equal Protections Clause via Title VI, and empirical work, Arcidiacono et al. Asian American Discrimination in Harvard Admissions, finds typical Asian applicants were held to higher standards that received lower personal ratings than similarly qualified peers.
Quickly. And the issue is that when you look at the reason why...
Well, you could look at corporations. I mean, all these corporations that have their DEI stickers. I was just on a Delta flight. They still have their DEI sticker on there.
DEI is not inherently a bad thing. Why would diversity ever be a problem for anyone?
Well, diversity in and of it.
Well, did you know that some companies still have stickers? And those stickers are direct assault on my freedom. When I see a sticker, I feel less free. I feel like I'm in a cage of my own emotions. Do you understand? Do you understand how devastating it is to see a sticker staring you in the face, letting you know that there are values like diversity out there, inclusion, and equity? Do you know what that spells? It spells die. Okay? That's a high-level idea I've been workshopping. Okay? That's a thing. That's a thing. It's a high-level idea that I've been working on. Die instead of DEI.
Itself is not a problem, but if you say we are going to hire people and we are going to factor in all of these immutable characteristics inherently by saying we're going to elevate...
Stickers are literally the definition of communism? Absolutely. Do you know? This is true. This is true. The Russians, under Stalin, invented scratch and sniff stickers as a means of undermining capital. That isn't true, but it would be funny if it was.
One group of people, you are going to have to discriminate against another group of people.
Do you have a diverse...
And that actually is racism.
Do you have a diverse,
bigotry.
Unique experience based on your gayness that other people will never have?
I'm sorry?
Does your gayness give you insight into certain experiences that other people simply will not have because they're not gay?
Well, I suppose as a gay person, I do have experiences that some people don't.
Dave can't resist trying to make a joke out of the fact that he's gay. And inadvertently is directly proving her point.
Don't have.
And you probably have knowledge
That was
and,
funny.
and
Did you not
experiences.
catch that?
I
You
did
didn't-
get
you
the joke.
Oh no. Did you get the joke though? Hey chat. Did you get the joke? Chat. Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it?
You got that? Okay.
I mean, lots of people do all sorts of
Yeah,
crazy
okay.
sex. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
But the issue is that what we're talking
But-
about here when we come to diversity.
But I wouldn't want that to
is a
have
benefit.
anything. I wouldn't want that to have anything to do with me being
I
hot.
didn't get it. He was talking about butt stuff. He was talking about sex.
Or
Sure,
me
but it's
being
really
allowed
hard to
into a
compare. So,
school.
sir, let's say I granted
Yeah.
you all of the woke harms.
Yeah.
The issue is that it didn't take us to Iran. It didn't kill schoolgirls. It didn't, right now, crush with the FCC and kick multiple people off of air and threaten to pull things. It's not burning books in
Wait,
Florida.
who's been kicked off air?
Jimmy Kimmel got kicked off of air. ABC was regularly under threat for doing these things. The FCC president,
ABC
FCC
made a
president
decision.
came out after
Jimmy
Trump
Kimmel-
called
but
him
Jimmy
and
Kimmel's
said
on air.
that we
Jimmy
can't have these
Kimmel's
type of
on air.
things. They crushed James Tallarico. But this has happened over and over again. There
What do
are
you mean? They
books
crushed
being
James
burned.
Tallarico. James Tallarico is the nominee right now.
They crushed his appearance.
What do you mean they crushed
The
his
FCC
appearance?
wouldn't allow his appearance.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have literally no idea
guess
what you're
look
talking
it
about.
up.
Fact check. James Tallarico's Colbert interview was pulled from CBS's broadcast not because the FCC outright banned it, but because CBS's lawyers, citing the Trump FCC's stricter equal time guidance for political candidates, advised that airing it could trigger equal time obligations to the show, ran the interview only on YouTube, which is technically true. But also, like, yeah, if the government steps in and basically says, we're going to make you putting out that interview onerous financially and logistically upon you, that's the government censoring speech.
Pause there.
Yeah.
I think you were talking about Colbert's show, but you've been voted out by the majority.
Okay.
You guys are slow, bro. How's it going, Dave?
You're quick. How you doing? How you doing?
So, I just quickly wanted to recognize, I love this, by the way. You have a very unconventional household, and wokeism has brought you that household, right? To live with your husband, to have your 2 children, or conceived through surrogacy, and I appreciate that.
Wokeism didn't bring that. Equal
Yeah, it did.
rights. Equal rights.
So
brought that
wokeism
equality.
is.
But you said earlier... Wait, maybe this is the part where he says it. Wait a minute.
As I define it, as I
Yeah.
view it personally, is looking to expand on already existing civil liberties, right? To ensure that, to ensure America practices what it preaches: equal protections, inclusion of everybody, democracy, etc.
Kimmel simply was losing my money. Hey, look, everybody. We got Mr. ABC over in Vertical Chat. Hit him up for all your entrepreneurial loans.
So it's not a policy prescription, it's a social prescription. Donald Trump is president. He's the head of the executive branch. He has a trifecta, a judiciary that's on his side. Donald Trump's violent. Donald Trump's destroying the pillars of America: democracy, negative rights, the rule of law, our Constitution. The list goes on and on. So I'm just curious to see, what institutional damage has wokeism done? And
Sure.
if
Well,
you want to engage with Trump being violent, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just don't agree with anything you said.
Huh. Well, you see, I just you have presented with me with a very inconvenient reality, and I will respond with an intellectual riposte in order to let you know that you are just incorrect because it's inconvenient to be my views if you are correct.
There, period. First off, wokeism isn't what led to, say, gay marriage. What led to gay marriage is a fight for equality under the law. If you believe that heterosexual marriage, that an adult should be able to engage in any sort of contract with another adult, then that has to be equal. That's what equal protection, which you just mentioned, is. And that's actually what the decision was based on.
Yes.
So that was not wokeism. That was the promise of America, which is the promise of individual rights and equal opportunity. As for a few of the other things that you said there, again, if we could do you want to do the Iran thing again.
No, I said Donald Trump is violent.
Yeah, so Donald Trump is violent in what sense?
How so I also want to mention the reason why you left the left, correct me if I'm wrong, is because you believe progressives were turning to authoritarianism. Am I?
What is his accent? I don't know. I don't know. What is crazy to me, I think in order to, just as an FYI, in order for us to like get through this and keep our sanity, I think that we are going to cut off at the end of each of David's claims, right? So Dave Rubin is going to, like, we're going to run through that and be done, because we've already spent so much time on this segment laboriously going through it all, and I don't think we can spend another 6 hours breaking this all down. At a certain point, I have to defer to more watchable content. So let's finish this up, okay?
Am I correct there?
I mean, that
was your PragerU video. You said it. You can't deny it.
Settle down, Chip. There was a panoply of reasons that I did.
But that's one of them, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think it's authoritarian for the president of the United States to call for the death of 6 active members of the legislature for making a video that is totally fine and legal?
It's interesting. Oh, well, first off, you're talking about the video where they basically, Mark Kelly and several of these guys were basically saying, if you're in the military, you can go against, Trump and all those things. Well,
Dave is trying to buy himself desperately more time.
Whoopsie. Well, first off, there are some legal actual reasons that perhaps you should not, as a former member of the military, be telling.
Yeah, the punishment for making videos is death.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I'm sorry. Did anyone?
Hang him. George Washington would.
Did anyone get put to death?
Does it matter? The president of the United States.
Whoa! We don't know what George Washington would have said. Okay, don't besmirch the name above all names that Republicans revere. All right. Obviously, instead, we would go to Glenn Beck's George Washington necro technology device and consult it. His George Washington Oracle, painstakingly recreated with an AI facsimile of George Washington. That's the real George Washington now. He is your new god. And long live, and long may he reign in the floating city above us all. Named, not Rapture. Fuck, I forgot it. I forgot what the name of the city was in BioShock Infinite. Damn it.
Is actively calling for the death of members of the legislature.
Is anyone in trouble? Is anyone in trouble because of that? You're missing the difference.
No, you're saying Donald Trump.
Okay,
no, hold on.
Hang on.
Let's just understand the prompt here. You said wokeism has done more damage than Donald Trump ever did.
So explain
Can you tell
the
me
damage.
a single time wokeism is doing something remotely similar?
So remotely similar as Donald Trump
damage?
Being slightly sarcastic.
I can give you damage.
Let me
Guys, you don't understand. The president, look, all right? Donald Trump has a long history of being slightly sarcastic, okay? All right, he has a long and storied history of being slightly sarcastic. Let's take, let's just take a quick gander here at another time that Donald Trump was slightly sarcastic. And that in particular is this full-page ad from run in the New York Times. Bring back the death penalty. Bring back our police, in which he advocates for the execution of 5 children. Such a jokester, that one.
You guys couldn't pick up his slight amount of sarcasm, but I could. Because I'm built different.
Explain
and I
something.
can give you the
Let me-
damage. Hold
let-
on.
Hold
We're
on.
going out of
Hold
time.
on. Hold on.
Listen.
Listen, let me explain something to you. Donald Trump, all you need to know about, for any one of you guys that think that Donald Trump's coming for you because you're gay or you're trans or something like
Oh, it was Columbia. Thank you, Diphallus Spartus. The name of the city in Bioshock Infinite. It's Columbia.
that, or you're black or anything else, might I recommend you just read Art of the Deal, which Donald Trump wrote about 40 years ago.
It's terrible. He's just
Hold
discussing
on.
his activities
okay, but
throughout
you
the
can,
week.
You can dismiss it. You can dismiss it. But Donald Trump gave you his playbook 40 plus years ago. 40 plus years ago, he gave you the playbook on how he negotiates. He leads with
So
crazy
this is irrelevant
things.
to what I'm currently talking about, right?
No, it's completely.
No, you asked me about damage. I can give you examples, but you don't want them because you know you're going to get fried.
No.
No, that is the truth.
It's completely
Donald Trump
irrelevant.
tried to
Guys, you don't understand. When Donald Trump wrote, "What has happened to our city over the past 10 years? What has happened to law and order, to the neighborhood cop we all trusted to safeguard our homes and families? The cop who had the power under the law to help us in times of danger, keep us safe from those who would prey on innocent lives to fulfill some distorted inner need. What has happened to the respect for authority, the fear of retribution by the courts, society, and the police for those who break the law, who wantonly trespass on the rights of others? What has happened is the complete breakdown of life as we knew it." You know, classic jokes. It's a classic joke. You would know it if you read Art of the Deal. He's such a jokester. He likes his japes. He's just a little imp.
rewrite the Constitution via executive order with Executive Order 14160. And it was followed up by...
Oh, yeah. Also, it goes without saying, Donald Trump has never written any of the books attributed to him. He has ghostwriters.
14161, where they use this to target individuals for pro-Palestinian speech like Mahmoud Khalil. And this was already ruled upon, by the way.
All right.
I'm sure you know about this, correct?
Yeah. Okay, first
but he
off,
tried to rewrite the Constitution via executive order. Can the president do that?
There is a difference.
Can the president do that?
Hold on. There is a difference between...
You don't understand, David. It was just a really good joke. When Donald Trump was saying, "I'm going to rewrite the Constitution via executive order," that was just a really funny joke. Like, when he said it in the Situation Room, everybody laughed. It was just a good guffaw. You're being too serious, David.
Between exercising free speech,
not answering.
there's a difference between exercising free speech and closing down a campus and not letting students get...
Fact check. Executive Orders 14160 and 14161 are not orders trying to rewrite the Constitution to target pro-Palestinian speech. 14160 is a birthright citizenship order, and 14161 doesn't exist. The Trump administration instead used Executive Order 13899 2019 and Executive Order 14188 2025, both billed as combating anti-Semitism to justify investigations, visa cancellations, and deportation efforts against pro-Palestinian campus activists, including citing Executive Order 14188 in connection with the arrest of Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil. Huh. Checkmate, liberals.
You're an interesting character. Yeah. No, you seem nice. There's a difference between exercising free speech, which I will always defend your free speech, no matter how noxious it is.
The president
and closing down
defending the
campuses.
president.
No, they weren't. No, Mahmoud Khalil and all of these masked
He was
Hamas
almost deported with
jihadis.
no cause, and it's literally in the documents of the case.
Well, first off, Marco Rubio has illustrated the point many, many times.
true.
If you're here on a green card or a student visa
They
or
cannot
anything
revoke
else,
it with no
you
cause.
don't have the exact same protections that...
Yeah, that's kind of a problem, though, right? Like, why would anyone come here if they didn't feel like their rights were going to be respected? Why would any international traveler trust their treatment at the hands of this system?
You don't.
Congress shall make no law. What?
No. For people that are citizens of the United States of America.
What's the precedent for that?
Wait a minute.
Nothing. So Donald Trump tried to sign an executive order rewriting the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. Where did he get this power?
Let me ask you something. Do you think
is it authoritarian to act on a self-granted authority?
Hold
on. Can you answer my question?
Hold on.
You're not going to.
Yeah, I got to let me chat here for a sec. Listen.
Dave talk.
Let me ask you something. Let's try it this way. So let's say you and your girlfriend went on vacation. Bora Bora. You show up to the most beautiful place on earth, and she's 7 months pregnant, and she then gives birth in Bora Bora. You think your child should be a citizen of French Polynesia, Bora Bora? And
is that what the Constitution of Bora Bora says? Is it like, if their Constitution says yes, then yeah. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Dave. And also, you're spending 2 months in Bora Bora. That's damn. What a great honeymoon.
United States affirms that just solely principle, and I'm sorry, the president cannot defy it because he doesn't like it.
The president,
that's how our country works. And that is an example of damage to America.
You can fight it in the courts. You can fight it in the courts.
He doesn't like the courts. He ignores them. Prior to the Alien Enemies Act removals, Emile Beauvais...
Okay, we're out of time. We got to stop there.
Okay, got you.
My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in...
Okay, we've made it through. It doesn't. Birthrights... The Constitution doesn't safeguard your birthright citizenship status? Huh, that's weird. How did you become a citizen? How did, like, that's my question, right? Like, if the Constitution isn't what determined whether or not you are a citizen, then, like, how did you become a citizen if not by being born here? Like, it's not difficult. I have brain damage now. Yeah, look, we made it only through part 1, right? This is a multi-part endeavor. All right, he has in total 4 different claims, and then personally does a little debateroo at the end. All right, so I guess this will be a 4-part series of us just going through each one because, you know, we deserve pain and suffering by virtue of existing in this world. All right, and I think we'll all have a good time making it through these. Hopefully, if we break it up into multiple parts. So, you know, give it a shot. Keep watching. I dare you. And let's round it out, folks. Get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA, and get involved with Progressive Victory. All right. Incredible organization. It's good stuff. They're mobilizing on the ground in different electoral venues. You can join and find a sense of community online, no matter how isolated you are. It gets you involved in door knocking, phone banking, text banking, and collecting information for more localized races. So you can help up-and-coming folks on the left who are socialist or progressive to win their respective races on the local level, state level, and national level. Great stuff. And also, do not neglect organizing in person through your local DSA, organizing labor, and organizing in your local Democratic Party, because we need to be able to leverage the kind of movement we're building in every conceivable theater and venue. So do the work. Show up to the meetings, all right? And also, hit the like button if you got anything out of this. Leave a comment. Subscribe. Share this with your friends, your families, your neighbors, your dogs, your cats, your lovers, your other lovers. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And it's also non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. Let's keep on going. The chuds are strong in chat. It's true. Guys, you are going to notice a definite surge in the number of hateful bigots coming in from elsewhere. Largely as a result of the fact that it's June 1st, or I guess technically June 2nd here in this time zone. But it's the first day of Pride Month, and, well, the bigots... frankly, I think bigots love Pride Month more than gay people at this point, you know? Like, they love it. It gives them a thing to do. They're like getting all fancied up with their like sock puppet accounts. They put on more outfits and more hats than I do, and I love outfits and silly hats. You know? It's crazy. And they do this, by the way, to tell me that I'm gay. And it's like, obviously, I dress better than you. Like, obviously. Hey, did you know you're trans and gay? Wow, thank you. I never would have figured that out. Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you. I never would have known. I never would have known. You're silly little billies. You come in here to bleed at me, and I'm just like, you silly little Billy. Get out of here. Go back to your, bigot paddock. And every so often they'll just freeze, They'll do like the surprised goat thing. Maybe fall over in their confusion. It's wild. My father died dueling a goose. They both turned around and started taking 10 paces. My dad turned around to ask the goose a question, tripped and fell in a rock and died. I am a conservative. No, I'm a conservative. We're all conservatives here. I'm writing a shift report. I'm a grown-up now. Hell yeah, begrackled. Congrats. What was Jack's gay awakening? Oh, fuck. I mean, The Mummy was a big one.
Hey Jack, I am crashing out a little bit right now. Anyway, got into an argument with someone and this has led me to a question. Do you apply the same level of scrutiny to everything you believe?
I mean, well, first of all, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. I'm sorry to hear that you're crashing out. And second of all, I guess that was already a second thing. Third of all, I think I would say I try to apply the same level of scrutiny to everything I believe, but obviously anybody is going to have blind spots. So I do my best, but I'm a fallible human, same as anybody else. I am Sparta conservative. Yes, I am bi. Which The Mummy? The good one. The one with like one of the hottest guys alive, and also one of the hottest ladies alive. The movie that was made specifically to fuck with bisexual people / pansexual people. I'm non-binary and very bi, yet have zero fashion sense. How the fuck do I exist? Well, look. Fashion is something you develop. You cultivate it. You learn it. That's it. Like fashion is a skill. And you can choose to cultivate it as, a binary person or a non-binary person. It's a process of, making yourself who you are in your heart. I loved that movie so much growing up, and yeah, I agree. Very hot and very confusing to my developing brain. Yeah. I'm a femme trans who dresses like a butch punk. None of it matters, wear whatever. Exactly.
Extreme claims require extreme evidence, so if you believe something isn't an extreme claim, you won't need as much evidence.
Yeah. I think that about lines up, Nathan. Like, I think extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. And so, like, I think that there is a tendency to downplay new claims so that you don't need as many pieces of evidence to believe that, right? Sorry to repeat, just to check, we're done with Rubin for the tonight, right? Just so I can go post and chit chat for anyone that dropped out. Yes, we are done with Rubin for tonight. He will be back though. He's waiting in the wings, like some kind of slasher villain. Oh God. Do. You don't pass? I think I pass all right. Let me see. It's nice. It's nice that all of these strangers are so concerned with whether I pass or not, though. It's just nice to be considered. Let me see. All right. God. Can we talk about skateboards? I mean, you guys can. I can't. Mostly because I don't know shit about skateboards. Also, folks, we've been going, believe it or not, we've been going for almost 4 hours. So if you've gotten anything out of the show today, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Do the things that help the show grow. Liking the show is literally one of the basic things you can do that will help. And also, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without your support. So click the goddamn button. Yeah, Jazz Dog, we entered into a time vortex, and somehow so much time has gone by. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Aw, yeah. It's gotta be the gravitational mass of stupid exuding from that last segment. Yeah, it's true. It's throwing off all of the chud sensors and causing them to crash land. God, what were my other, childhood crushes on movie characters? I'm trying to think. Like, the cat lady from Treasure Planet. That was a big one. Man, Meg from Hercules. God. Ooh, Legend is a underrated film. Christina Ricci from Casper. Fair. Wait, this isn't a Minecraft stream. What have my shorts come to? It's true. I'm sorry to break this to you on the first day of Pride, but you're gay now. You've been drafted into the gay wars. You might think you were straight. You're just wrong. And now you must arm up and go to battle. You'll have to complete the tutorial in the next screen. Continue swiping. You'll find yourself in the tutorial level. Good luck, soldier. Don't let us down. And slay! I was already gay, though? Yeah, you're drafted. Get ready. Get your claws on. What about Titan AE? I really like the lady from Titan AE. Yeah. Elvira was a big one, for sure. Jessica Rabbit was up there, of course. I'm trying to think, like, when did I have, like, a coherent thought that I thought, like, a guy in a movie was attractive? Like, The Mummy would have been an early one. Maybe, like, one of the Indiana Jones films. Rogue from X-Men, definitely up there as well. Morticia Addams, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I should have a clearer moment when I thought that men were attractive. Like, I can tell you who, like, my guy crushes are in, like, movies. Jadzia Dax, yeah. Storm, yeah. Xena Warrior Princess, absolutely. Easy answer, Willem Dafoe. Never been into Willem Dafoe. Hugh Jackman, though. Like, Hugh Jackman might be up there. Do you like beards? I'm not, like, big into beards. I like stubble, I guess. But, like, I'm not, like, into facial hair, you know? What about Willem Dafoe? Shoot bang. There you go. I like you guys. Anyway. Are you all ready? We're going to do a segment about Steven Crowder. Now, many of you might be asking, hey, Jack, why are you doing segments with, like, I don't know, named conservative hosts? And, like, the answer is because I find when I fold it into my content deliberately, we get a lot more eyeballs, and hopefully we can use this to talk about the things that are bad in society in a way that, like, actually reaches more people. So there you go. We're slipping down the rings of hell. Yeah. So, get yourselves ready, folks. We're going in. And you know what? How do I... Wait, what? Is this 2016? Unfortunately, he's becoming more prominent, so we got to address him. Use your real voice? This is my real voice. Let's see. We're about to go where no one has gone before. Lots of hate here. Yeah, you know, I'm an openly trans woman on the internet who's also bisexual, pansexual, And like, I put up with a lot of bullshit to do this job, and it does over time take its toll. I'm not invulnerable, of course, but like, I don't know. I do hope you guys appreciate it. There's a lot of hatred circling around right now for trans people. Reach out to the trans folks in your life. Let them know that you care. Let them know that you love them, and like ask them if there's anything you can do for them. Because right now, fuck, it's crazy, and it will be extraordinarily appreciated by the trans people in your life. Sorry you have to deal with that, Jack. Well, you know, I'm able to do it because you guys support me with your subs and donos. And I am willing to do it because I think that what I do is really important, especially the way in which I exist publicly. I find that to be a vital component of what I do. And it is a sucky part of the job, but I think it's important, especially right now, for trans people to be more visible. And that's something that I've taken on myself. You know, I don't think every trans person has a duty to do that. I just feel like I'm positioned in a way where I can do that relatively safely. The quick draw mods help. It's true. The mods are over in the vertical chat with their fucking miniguns going, fucking melting through the gun barrels. Lori Petty and Tank Girl? Hell yeah. Oh, can I name a deep cut pick? Marion the Librarian from The Music Man. All right? There we go. I don't know how many of you watched The Music Man or remember Marion the Librarian from The Music Man. Holy shit, she's hot. She's so hot. She's so fucking hot. If you guys don't know who I'm talking about, real quick, we pull this up. I need like a good picture. No, it has to be from... I'm getting so many results. Here we go. Let's see. Fine. Well, if you guys don't know what movie I'm talking about, it's this one. All right? This lady was hot as hell. I will apologize for nothing. All right? Stern librarian who sings and dances and crushes men's dreams. She was cool as hell. Shouldn't have fallen for that flim flam man though. That was a bad call on her part. But you know, live your best life, girl. It's your car accident to get into. The hottest cartoon chick is either Jessica Rabbit or Chell from Road to El Dorado. Chell is also very much up there, yeah. Ghostbusters had an animated TV show? Yeah. It was rad as fuck. Jack, I freaking like that shirt. Thank you. I love this shirt too. It's just really fun. It's fun and colorful, and I like it a lot. It doesn't hang on me well, but I just tie it up in the middle, and then it looks great. Kate from the Underworld movies. Excellent choices, chat. You guys are doing great. Who's the best goth cartoon girl? Shigo. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you.
I love the haircut.
For the compliment and for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. We are passing the test. You are. You are. Carrie Ann Moss. Oh, fuck yeah. Absolutely. Also, Scully from the X-Files, of course. Of course, Jack likes the mean one. I do like the mean one, because I'm the nice one. And obviously they should smooch. How about Kylie from Extreme Ghostbusters? I'm not familiar enough with that show to know. Oh, God. Conjure Gay Frogs, Amanda Tapping from Stargate SG-1. Also, the Doctor from Stargate SG-1. Those, yes. Those two were big for me. Those two were big for me. All right? Incredible. Seven of Nine. Seven of Nine was okay. The Hex Girls also great, but I did not see that contemporaneously because I didn't have cable to watch it, sadly. Is this just a sexy lady of? I guess so. Older Amanda Tapping in Sanctuary? I haven't seen Sanctuary. I'll have to check it out just for Amanda Tapping alone. As Goat one, Airbnb knows what's up. Daniel Jackson. Yes. Also, I'm just gonna say it. I thought MacGyver was hot in SG-1. There, I said it. You're so right. Thank you, Conjure Gay Frogs. Thank you. I feel rewarded for my bravery. Yeah, Gillian Anderson in basically anything she's ever been in. I love you guys. All right. You aren't stopping this forever, though. We are jumping into... We're jumping into some Steven Crowder. And you can't stop it. You can't stop it. So, folks, we're jumping into a Steven Crowder episode that may or may not actually have any Steven Crowder in it. But you know, I don't care because it's giving me the opportunity to talk about an issue that I deeply, deeply care about, and that's AI. Specifically, I deeply care about it because it's destroying the planet and making people stupider by the day, and also driving people insane, and, you know, poisoning our water supply, and taking all of our electricity, and just generally making all of our lives worse. It's enshittified the very notion of life. And I just think that's bad. And I'll go into more detail about why I think these things, but let's jump into this episode, which is titled "A Real Discussion About Data Centers." Let's check this out. Or not.
XAI is going above and beyond the required emission control.
They want the data centers so that they can watch us, so that they can track us, so that they can enforce their immigration agenda.
We don't need people to run to the extreme of it's going to be Armageddon because of this. And we don't need people running to the opposite extreme saying there's not going to be any problems. It's going to be utopia. Nobody's going to work and it's going to be great and you're going to have all the money in the world. Yeah, like that's ever been a thing. Data centers to me, and I'm just going to be honest, I'm very...
Man, I love when Steven Crowder's show gets hosted by this weird, deeply, deeply sad man named Gerald.
Pro, potentially, AI. Pro, potentially. The potentially is that there are a lot of downsides to it that have to be managed, otherwise I'm not pro. It's very simple. If you're going to destroy society and you don't have a plan for that and haven't had conversations about that, I'm anti. If you're going to destroy the job market and therefore destroy society, I'm anti. If you're going to create Terminator and kill everybody, I'm anti. Does that make it clear? But I'm also understanding that there are a lot of potential benefits and a lot of benefits that have already been realized that have been brought by the advancement in AI.
I can't wait until he starts talking about them.
And related technologies. But you've heard a lot of noise about data centers lately. A couple of the headlines, more power consumed.
I guess we can't change your mind. I'm sorry. There's no amount of subs or donos that could have prevented this.
Than all of Manhattan. 23 nuclear bombs worth going off every single day. If anybody builds it, we all die. Good.
I mean, it's not talking about nuclear, but it's talking about heat. The level of heat generated by the facility.
Bye. That's the doomer reaction.
That election, it came not too long after the Festus City Council approved that controversial data center project.
3 of the 4 incumbents in those Festus City Council races who lost last night voted in favor of the data center.
Just days after voting in favor of building a new data center in Indianapolis, local council member Ron Gibson says he woke up to the sound of gunfire overnight. Gibson said 13 rounds were fired at his home.
So many people showed up here to attend this meeting.
At least Gerald looks like a straight white guy, not an egg so far in the closet he's finding Christmas presents.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because Gerald isn't an egg in the same way that Steven Crowder is an egg, but when you look at Gerald, you see an egg in a different way than the kind of egg you see when you look at Steven Crowder. You understand what I'm saying? I hope so. Thank you for the $5 dono, please.
Most of them are here to try to stop the Red Oak City Council from approving yet another data center.
XAI is committed to meeting the highest standard for emissions. XAI is going above and beyond the required emission control.
That guy's a cannibal. Eat the rich.
Met with a whole lot of resistance.
Wow, Gerald with the excellent zingers. Whoa, this guy's wearing gonna eat the rich shirt. Make sure George Soros isn't around him. He'll try and take a bite out of his old man heart. That's a joke.
Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
Multiple interruptions. Until eventually.
For hell's sake, grow up.
For hell's sake.
They want the data centers so that they can watch us, so that they can track us, so that they can
Senate Majority Leader Chase Lazy is calling on Sedgwick County to implement a
okay, yeah, people don't like AI data centers. We've established this.
3-year moratorium.
There's no unanswered questions. For example,
3 months, yes.
A year ago, we were in an emergency drought declaration for water, and so we just don't know the long-term consequences. This could
long-term, and I mean long-term, if AI is fully integrated, then there will be no reason for people to work. No work means no need to pay salaries. No salaries means everything would be free. No, because AI doesn't work like that, number one. And number two, human beings are made to perform certain types of labor. Like thinking. Thought is a very important form of labor. We're made to do it. We like thinking our thoughts and having imaginations and writing books and poetry and making up silly little songs. We like doing these things. We find it interesting and fulfilling. And like, I don't know, the idea here that when we're looking at what AI is going to do long term, there will never come a point at which humans are not required to do work. And I guess required here in like the most loosest sense, like the work being thinking your own thoughts, you know, moving your body around so that you can have basic sustenance, you know, looking out for one another, caring about your neighbors. These are vital pieces of work that cannot be done by an AI. And when we look at the world and who controls AI and who benefits from AI, the basic structure that is being put together is not to benefit you. It's to benefit a select few. You know, the oligarchs and their lackeys. That's it. You are not invited to Elysium. And the world that would come about, even if AI worked the way this assumption goes, would not be one worth a damn.
could cause our community in West Sedgwick County.
Now, listen, that's a more reasoned approach to it. Is like, hey, we just don't really understand the long-term consequences in data centers in this county, maybe taking water away from farmers. Yes. Okay. 3 years. No, Lane. You think if he's asking for 3, he's hoping to get maybe like 3 months, because 3 years is an eternity in this stuff. So maybe he's negotiating down.
The reason that's in there is because it's it's all over the spectrum. You're getting pushback. You're getting the people screaming and hollering, and you're getting Republicans that are saying there could be negatives to this too. So
understandable.
A lot of it's not measured, but some of it is.
Yeah, no, and I think his approach was very measured. His time frame, if he actually wants 3 years, is a little silly, but some time to understand this. Yeah, I get it. And you've also
who's that guy? Oh, that guy? I have to be honest, I'm not super familiar with the cast of Steven Crowder characters anymore. I know that there was a guy on their staff called Quarter Black because he was a quarter black. You know, they've got real advanced nicknames over there. I think that guy is a replacement for him. I'm not sure.
Also heard that data centers are really the link that will save mankind through the enabling of AI and the advancements of AI. Well, that's the utopian promises.
We need growth. We need this infrastructure. We need
How dare you?
I don't believe
him. We live in the physical world. And,
thanks, Sam.
You know, even when we're in the virtual world, as you were saying, we need this massive complexity in the physical world to enable that. We need to make the chips and build the data centers.
Finally, we have the tools to actually be able to understand them properly. That's what this is really talking about.
What is that thing?
Application of large amounts of compute with the reagents, say WG said,
I don't.
allows us to unravel the mysteries of the Earth and the universe.
The ability to deploy data centers in space is a known ability. The question is, how do we scale that up? One of the things that's really terrific is that the amount of energy that we'll have in space is, basically practically infinite.
Data centers will take on more responsibilities.
Yeah, okay, yeah, there's a lot of energy in space. That's true. There's also a lot of problems with heat in space. Just as an FYI, and that might, I don't know, have some kind of ramification for power generation and utilization.
We all rely on data centers to do the things we do every day. So next time you're streaming your favorite show or managing your online healthcare information, remember the data centers behind the scenes make it all possible.
Our personal information and our economy depends on the information that is being stored within these centers.
Data centers will become part of the solution and less viewed as part of the problem.
Yeah, that's good.
So I know we're starting a segment here, and before you go further, I want to let you know that we actually used AI to make you a decent stinger.
Really? You put some effort behind it?
Yeah, we did this time, and
right, cool.
I think you're going to like it.
All right.
I shill for AI.
Man, they're just doing Kirkinator. They're just doing the fucking Kirk. They aren't even doing original things with their AI.
AI will not be the death of society.
You're welcome. It's great.
Just when I think they're going to do something nice for me, they don't. All right, fine. I am not shilling for AI, as I stated at the top. I just want you guys.
That's true. AI data centers are not the same as data centers pre-AI, or not being used to facilitate AI.
To have a good understanding of this. By the way, in just a minute, we are going to go to Rumble Premium. If you are not yet a member of Rumble Premium, click that button below right now to make sure the data centers don't end up in your backyard. $99 a year. You get this wonderful mug here, co-branded with Rumble, or $9.99 a month to try it out. Please support us. If you don't, and if you're going to continue watching for free, please know that you are going on to Haley Karani.
I judge by appearances.
Emad is your guy. He is the philanthropic. He's also made money on this stuff, but he is starting.
The problem isn't heat in space. It's cold. The vacuum is bad. You can't water cool properly because exposure to the outside is very bad. You can air cool, but you can't bring in air from the outside. Yeah, which then creates a huge problem for like heat dissipation, right?
Companies just to solve problems, not for huge financial benefit. And he's pushing everybody to solve all of the problems that are associated with this, that are societal problems. He is absolutely the most, well, I shouldn't say the most, and I shouldn't say absolutely, but he's very balanced. Both of those things can be, he's going to come back on me and be like,
oh, wait, no, this is the guy that they call Quarter Black. Sorry.
No, there's somebody else. And I was like, no, that's not the point. He is the kind of guy you want working on this. But let's get to...
It was a joke based on the weird...
I understand. I'm just saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, he's your guy.
That's why you put a cover on a book.
That's also true.
Yeah, unless it's like a Playboy or something.
So here is...
Somebody doesn't understand
We've got kind of a new segment here other than Gerald shills for AI, which is not really true anyway. We're going to have charge and verdict, right? So here's the charge. Oh, really? Really? Where do you admonish yourself, buckaroo?
I'll do it later.
Charge. The CCP is funding anti-data center protests.
I forgot that conservatives live in a world where no one is actually genuine in their political beliefs. If people show up to protest, it must be because they were paid to do it.
Who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Who would want to stop us from having compute capacity to develop AI? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. I got my guys to go.
This guy's so fucking stupid. SpaceX made spaceflight cheap. No, they didn't. SpaceX makes all of its money from the US government. They took an extraordinary amount of money from the US government to make it cheap. The US government could have done that for a fraction of the price. God.
A deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. Party for Socialism and Liberation, run by somebody called Nivelle Singham, pounding our social media with misinformation about Utah.
Doing what?
Wait, we found 2 cells inside of Utah.
Cells.
Alliance for a Better Utah. Taylor Kanosh, maybe, and Josh
He got a cutout
Cantor.
of himself.
Who are
Yes.
these
Pretty
guys?
much.
And why are you spewing all this misinformation
What a
out?
dork.
You say for
He's
a
a weird
better
dude.
Utah, why wouldn't you want national defense in Utah? Why wouldn't you want compute power? Lastly,
It is.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating
salesman,
inside of
though.
Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you?
Who's paying your bills, Gabby? Now listen, he is not making an outrageous claim, so the verdict is mixed. And here's why. Yeah, Neville Singham and other CCP-linked entities have engaged in pushing anti-data center messaging. It makes perfect sense. We've talked about this before.
It's
to make an
very well
overall
reported.
claim that China would obviously want to do anything that they can to overtake us in this race, and we're beating.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we about to agree? Are we about to agree with this man?
them massively in data centers. It's not even close right now. We're doing a great job. And even Bernie Sanders invited 2 CCP agents to parrot propaganda at his existential threat of AI symposium.
China recognizes the AI risks, and China is taking a try to balance between the innovation and the safety.
You think China cares anything about safety?
You can tell by the way it goes, and safety.
The safety.
Wow. Sure. That's what I care about.
Very much.
That's a Tsinghua University guy, by the way.
Is it? What do you mean by he works there or professor?
Yeah, he's a professor and head of their AI development and stuff, at Tsinghua, which we'll get to in just at the end of this paragraph.
Yeah,
Why are they going? Yes, of course, a professor, dastardly, and it's just like that guy is saying the exact same shit an American scientist would say.
Absolutely. Well, and look, this shouldn't be surprising considering China's stated goals on AI development are, let me read, to gain the initiative in global science and technology competition. That seems to be pretty clear right there. But listen, Americans everywhere were shocked when they heard the news.
Who would want to stop us from having compute capacity to develop AI? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China.
Yeah, his fucking feet were gross. Yeah.
My guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. Party for Socialism and Liberation, run by somebody called Nivelle Singham, pounding our social media with misinformation about Utah.
Come on, man. You wear
Put some shoes on, bro.
$1 million watches on each wrist. You can't wear shoes.
If you're trying to sell AI and data center development, Kevin O'Leary is the last person that you want as the forward face of this.
Yes, he's a very on Shark Tank. He was very unlikable, and when he's out here pitching this, he sounds like a salesman, just focusing on all the positives and just like it's all going to be great. Well, what about this? It's going to kill you. Yeah, before it does, it's going to be great. It's like, well, hold on.
Hey, wait a minute. It's almost like you're describing a problem with capitalism. Right? Like, it's almost like you're describing the process by which our economy incentivizes activity that is deleterious to the whole of society while benefiting a select handful who are in charge of a business or corporation. Right? Like, it's almost like you're describing that exact problem but not quite getting it.
You seem to agree that this is a problem.
Hey, this businessman, he's doing a lot of risky things.
They need better messaging for sure. Now, he's making some pretty broad claims here, but I need you to understand the reason that this is a mixed verdict is that most local opposition seems to be grassroots in nature, right? There's no evidence of CCP influence specifically in Utah. Now, maybe some money is being funneled through there. Maybe some money is being funneled from other people who have interests in this or just anti these causes in everyday life. They don't necessarily care what China thinks. They're just like, hey, we don't want to do anything that's going to harm the environment. And Kevin O'Leary specifically called out 2 Utah-based groups in that clip opposing his box elder data Data County Data Center, I guess. It's a little bit of a misspelling, a typo there. Is Data Center in Box Elder County. It's Elevate Strategies and Alliance for a Better Utah. And we actually reached out to one of the people associated with it's Alliance for a Better Utah, correct?
Correct, yes.
So this is Elizabeth Hutchings, and this is exclusive from her to us. And she said, the only foreign interest in this data center is Kevin from Canada. It's kind of funny. It's insulting to Utahns across the state to say that any opposition or protest to this data center is the work of a foreign government. We are proud to live in a state where there are people who deeply care about transparency, their community, and their kids' futures. Holding your government accountable to ensure that they look out for your best interest is not the work of foreign infiltration. It is upholding the principles America was founded upon. Utahns deserve answers and input into the data center, a goal with which Kevin says he agrees. By the way, he does say that. So perhaps he should put less time into reading publicly available documents as though that's deep research.
True.
And focus a bit more on answering the public's questions. To follow that, I'll just say we are not proxies for the Chinese government or beholden to any foreign powers. All of our staff lives in Utah, and we work to hold politicians accountable. Fine. Fantastic. Kevin made a mistake in trying to insinuate this broad claim of China does want us, which is true, probably. But
but the question is, did this incredibly wealthy and powerful man make a mistake by just not looking at all into the claims he was making? Or, I'm going to throw this out there. This might shock you. This might amaze you. Did he lie? Because it kind of seems like he lied.
China doesn't want us to win the race, right? And then saying, well, these people must be funded by Chinese money. Now, if there is money coming in from out of state, it'd be helpful to know what that is, but it could just be groups that are anti this anyway.
Right.
And want to make sure that these data centers don't necessarily succeed because they see them as some kind of a threat, whether that's to the local population, to the environment, to humanity, whatever it may be. Their interest just could happen to align. So make sure you have evidence when you make these claims, and it doesn't seem that he did, specifically for the Chinese influence on these specific organizations.
Right. And again, if you look into either of these groups, the first one or the one that I spoke with, the Alliance for a Better Utah, they clearly align with more leftist goals, generally speaking.
Yeah, of course.
Fine. But again, at the same time, they were very transparent and ready to have this conversation with me. And I came up from the aspect of someone that grew up in rural America that wanted their perspective. And so that's where we kind of shared similar, worldview, not worldviews,
right.
But we're coming at this from a similar position.
Yeah.
I know that I probably disagree with these people on 90% of stuff, but that doesn't mean that they can't hold a position that I also hold and say,
oh my God. Even the conservatives are starting to say, hey, wait a minute. Maybe AI is kind of bullshit, huh? Like maybe this technology is pretty bullshit. Like maybe it can't actually deliver on these things.
Saying that just because you happen to hold that same position, one side is working at the behest of foreign interests because that foreign interest holds that same sort of worldview.
Yeah.
Like when they were talking a couple of days ago about the Indian, immigration problem, and everyone's like, this is just CCP inspired propaganda to get you to hate Indians. I'm like, well, no, listen, I will call out Chinese propaganda, but you don't have to be Chinese to convince me that we have too many Indians in our country.
It's like, I don't need propaganda to see that.
Maybe the Chinese...
Yeah, these guys are super racist, by the way. Like, in case that wasn't, like, blaringly obvious, just, like they are just openly salivating for an ethnic cleansing. And this, by the way, is not considered that far right of a show if you're conservative.
Share a goal with, what is a democratic organization, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily working in cahoots. And the reason I am more comfortable saying that is because if you look on the website they laid out, they don't even provide any proof
of CCP affiliation.
CCP money coming into these groups.
Right.
So it does seem like
they showed a lot of different groups, kind of funding
groups
from a lot of different areas, but none of it really directly tied back to the CCP
at all. And what I think a lot of these people are doing is they know conservatives really resonate with the China threat, and so they just have started saying, "Oh well, if we don't have a great explanation, let's just call it the China threat."
Yeah.
Man, I love that this guy is even realizing, yeah, conservatives will really jump after any kind of jangly key sound, won't they? That's it. Like, any kind of vague fear-mongering about some kind of non-white threat, suddenly they're all like, whoa, we all need to get on board with this xenophobic campaign to do ethnic cleansing. Like, that's all it takes. That's genuinely all it takes, that this guy is just, like, straight up saying it. To a conservative audience.
Well, at the same time, the biggest beneficiary of the AI, of the data center build out, would be Jensen Huang, because NVIDIA is supplying the GPUs for all of these data centers. Just joined the board at Tsinghua University, which is basically...
Would I be in trouble if I made fun of his looks? No.
Basically a communist-controlled university.
They kicked you out because you weren't communist enough or at all.
I couldn't ask those questions because they were members of the Chinese Communist Party. So to act like all these people have these American values at heart when they're saying we have to win the... Spare me. Tell me why it's going to be good for Americans and why Americans will prosper because of it. But if your only answer is, well, because China... I say that all the time. A lot of stuff is because of China. But just saying that because you're too lazy to explain what the real problem is not a good answer.
Yeah, and I think there is an answer to that. We can talk about that at the end. Like, what is the potential benefit to America of winning the AI race with China? We can discuss some of the potentials there.
I would love for them to talk about any of the ways in which they think AI is good or beneficial. I would love that. I prepped a whole bunch of resources related to this, and we haven't needed any of it because so far he's just saying, well, maybe China paid for it, maybe they didn't. Who can say? Probably not, though. And like that's all we got. That's all we have so far. Even like Steven Crowder's B team is terrible. That's saying a lot considering who Steven Crowder is. He's pretty shit. Why is every single trans person pro-socialism and communism? Very strange pattern. It's not that strange. We've been alienated from the rest of society and pushed to the fringes, and in turn, many trans people get radicalized against the system that has oppressed us via economics and also, like, social stigma, right? It's not that weird. But also, I would just throw out there, a lot of trans people are still capitalists. Like, mostly the capitalist ones are just kind of, you know, going to work elsewhere that's not the internet. There you go. Right? Like, my job is being on the internet. That's how I live, right? Like, I have people in the audience who give me subs and donos in order to do this show and talk about these issues, right? Like, I'm funded by people like you. Right? And I, in turn, get to talk about the issues that I care about, the issues I think are important. And I think that people being oppressed economically is bad. I think authoritarianism is bad. And I talk about the reasons why people should embrace more democratic solutions to both our economic troubles and our governmental troubles. And, like, those aren't really radical ideas, except to people who have fully bought into the authoritarian dream of a Trump administration, right? Like, that's it. So, like, I can agree with most people on most things, but a lot of folks just hate trans people to hate trans people. And, like, I'm not... Well, at the end of the day, like, that winds up radicalizing trans people. You cannot be the object of hatred and fail to radicalize. Because by virtue of possessing the space you do as a trans person, that's already fairly radical in our society. And frankly, most of us just go, you know what? We're already hated. We might as well examine all of these preconceived notions that people absorb and hold on to without thinking about them. They aren't radical ideas, but in practice they seem to be. Yeah, and I think it's worth investigating why that seems to be the case. And I would argue that democracy at work, well, it seems radical because we have been conditioned to accept our own exploitation. And I think that's wrong. And I think we should unlearn that and do better and, be freer and happier people as a result.
I'm sorry, Mr. Evans.
I don't think being trans inherently makes you interesting or cool. That's true. It doesn't.
She's gone.
Plenty of boring trans people out there.
Oh, God! Why? Why did this happen? What could I have done? I should have done something. I could have stopped this.
I'm sorry, son. There's nothing you could have done. There's nothing any of us could have done. Sometimes we just have to accept that some things are out of our control. But some things are in your control, like managing your crypto.
What?
Yeah, Rumble Wallet makes it super easy. You're in control of your crypto. It only belongs to you.
Are you serious right now?
Dead serious.
No. Seriously, download the Rumble Wallet and step away from
I feel like I'm the butt of the joke this time.
big banks for good. Go to wallet.rumble.com today, and you can also support your favorite creators. Step away from big banks. Rumble Wallet.
Kevin's just a bit of a wiener sometimes. I think he's a very smart guy. I think he knows how to do business pretty well. He did miss out on like $800 million in a deal that would have only cost him like $600,000. So he even says that like
nobody really hates trans. I don't know. There are literally thousands of people who come into my chat on the regular in order to tell me that they hate trans people, but okay. I think people just don't want to push on children.
You're not interesting because you're trans. You're Juot interesting and entertaining while spreading information and love. Much love to you and all who support you.
Crystal Hazer, thank you for resubscribing with Prime over on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for the support. It genuinely is what makes this show possible. Nobody really hates trans people. I think people just don't want it pushed onto children. You make whatever choice you want as long as people aren't forcing it on others. No one's forcing kids to be trans. People are forcing kids to be straight and cis, though. Because kids who aren't straight and cis, who try to come out to their parents, are disproportionately kicked out of their homes. It's why LGBTQ youth are disproportionately homeless. Right? And also worth noting that, like, when people say trans people are being forced onto kids, what they mean is kids see trans people existing. Oh no, a character in a show is trans. Oh no, a trans person at your local library. Oh no, a trans person driving their car nearby. Oh no, a trans flag in somebody's backyard. These are the assaults that conservatives say are being pushed onto kids. It's just being aware of the world and the different kinds of people that exist in it. This is not, in fact, like being pushed onto kids. There aren't any parents who are like, if you're not trans, Jimmy, well, I'll beat you. Like, there's no parents like that. There are millions of parents who will beat their kid for being gay, though. There are millions of parents who will beat their kid for being trans, though. They do drag shows for children, though, just saying. Yeah, have you ever been to one of those? Have you ever been to a drag show for children? Do you want to know what, like, a drag show for children looks like? Let's just, open this up. Oh no! Two silly and wacky hosts wearing weird outfits on the Fabulous show? Oh no! Like, genuinely, it baffles me, right? Like, this is like saying there was a dastardly agenda behind Thomas the Tank Engine to make children want to fuck trains. Like, that's the level of argumentation going on in the conservative anti-trans mind, right? Like, by putting trains with faces on the TV, the children are gonna want to become trains with faces. They're gonna do a Tusk situation and try and human centipede their way into becoming a train. And, like, that's not at all how human beings work or how, like, media works. And yet every conservative is like, you're going to become an eldritch abomination that's but part man, part train. And, like, that's not how that works. Like, if you got a trans child, they're gonna go to the doctor and get medicine. Can you go to the doctor and get medicine to change you into a train? No! It's such an obvious bullshit point. And yet so many conservatives fall into that. Bizarre.
So he's not going to nail everything, but he is a salesman. He is absolutely a salesman. He'll go out there and pitch this thing as though it's the very best thing in the world, but there's so much misinformation. Be precise when you make your claims. For Kevin O'Leary, if there's no Chinese money that you can show...
Let's not act like it's not happening. It's not happening.
For the record, I have written a lot of fiction about coupling rods and lubrication fluid over the last month. Had to come from somewhere.
There you go. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. And also, thank you for your tireless labor of love on the Thomas the Tank Engine erotica that I will be forced to read because I'm a woman of my word.
Definitively is coming into these organizations?
I disagree. Medications are drugs. Yeah, medications are drugs. Children do be given drugs sometimes for pain or to fight infections. That's, yeah. Sometimes children are given different medications. I'm sorry. I don't know the names, but if you Google influencers selling children hormone blockers trans, you'll find a few. No influencers are selling hormone blockers to children. That's not happening. And the degree to which, like, even if I grant that there was one case of that happening, even if I granted that, do you know how much more common it is for medical professionals at, for example, hospitals to sell drugs? It's more common for that to happen. It's more common for people to smuggle fentanyl out of hospitals than it is to do what you're talking about. Like on an exponential level. The truth hurts. You're not saying truths. You're just saying, like, I only saw one case of something happen. I saw lightning strike a guy. That must mean it's an epidemic. Everyone's getting struck by lightning. That logic doesn't hold up, bud. Stop it. Get more and better critical thinking.
Don't say that.
Nice cock. Thank you. Wish anyone would say the same about yours, I bet.
And don't say that this is a 40,000 acre project. It's not. That's the entire plot of land that was purchased because that's what was available that was big enough for what he wanted to do. Not for 40,000 acres. Even at full build out, it would not even be close to 40,000 acres if they built this thing out over the next decade. So don't say that the 23 nuclear bombs worth of energy. Just stop with the sensationalizing of all of this.
It's not sensationalizing. It's a big problem. It generates a lot of heat. Like, the comparison with the amount of heat generated by nuclear blasts is very specifically to make people understand what it's like to live in proximity to a place like that.
Stuff and have a real conversation about it so we can get to the bottom of it. So here's another charge that you hear right now. Data centers use and pollute an exorbitant amount of water.
A single data center can consume up to 4 million gallons of water per day to stay cool.
But they come with some big trade-offs, like the huge amounts of power to run them and water.
For example, every time someone submits a query to an AI model, behind that response are servers that heat up and need to be cooled with clean water.
Researchers at the University of California, Riverside estimate that each 100-word AI prompt consumes approximately 519 milliliters of water.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia.
Come on.
My dog rolled around in some dumpster juice and thought it was the coolest thing ever. So, we just had a little sponge bath.
Okay, but best day of that dog's life, am I right? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Shout out to Begrackled dog for living its best life. Also, shout out to Begrackled. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated.
Right after a data center was constructed, the metadata center was constructed, the only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well.
Come on.
Yeah, that's
really. It seems
she took that water from the Chattahoochee. Come on, let's be honest.
Here. Here's the she took it from her toilet. Here's the verdict.
That's what she calls the Chattahoochee.
Again, it's going to be a bit of a mixed response. So when we talk about pollution with data centers, data center related PFAS, forever chemical contamination, is found in wells sometimes. So, for example, researchers found 7,000 wells contaminated in North Carolina, and pollutants like dissolved solids and chloride are not normally removed by treatment plants. So in 2025, North American data centers directly and indirectly consumed 285 billion gallons of water. 80 to 90% of it was sourced from blue water sources like lakes, rivers, aquifers. And what we know happens with the water right now is 70 to 90% of it is consumed or lost to evaporation, right? So it's not been
Yeah, it all seems pretty bad so far.
put back into the system. And for example, in 2024, Google consumed 78% of its water. However, new high-tech closed-loop water systems reduce consumption by up to 70%, and Kevin O'Leary's Stratus project will use this system. Kevin O'Leary, as much as I don't love the guy, is trying, at least by what he says, is trying to build a data center what he would say is the right way. Their power is going to be generated by them, their company. They're going to generate their own power, and they're going to drop water consumption by around 70%. They're trying to do this in an environmentally friendly way. And by the way, what does Kevin have?
Okay, but like the water being used in these cases, the idea being proposed here is that like all the water is being destroyed via, cooling, and like is being essentially destroyed or rendered unusable because of that. And the reality is that's sort of true. Some AI data centers use water-based cooling, but the other part of that is much less great, which is that it's destroyed via power generation. When we look at water and how it gets used by these AI plants, or not AI plants, but like AI data centers, it's power generation, it's cooling, and it's also construction. Like the way in which these facilities are constructed and like hooked up to local utilities, they're massive undertakings, and they can have immensely bad impacts on their local environments. So like the issue is more complicated than they're putting together here.
Degree in? That's right, environmental studies. Kevin has worked on this for a very long time. He cares a lot about the environment. He also cares about making money, and sometimes I'm assuming the caring about making money part will override his caring about the environment part. But at the very least, with all of the information they've released, and it's a lot, they're saying we are going to do everything that we can to make sure that this doesn't have a negative impact on the environment to the very best of our abilities. It's up to you guys whether you think that's enough.
And this would make sense as technologies progress. They become more efficient, more cost-effective, and more environmentally friendly. That does happen.
Yeah.
The question is, well, in the short term, is it something we'll be able to come back from?
Right.
And that's what people like O'Leary and these other people pushing the data centers aren't explaining as well.
Or really caring enough about. They don't appear to, at least.
It's like, well, it will be fine in the future. Yeah, maybe it will. Probably it will. But if this happens for 5 years, can we come back from it?
Right.
My family that's...
Yeah, I mean, like, and this is an excellent point, which is that, there is a limited, some kind of limit to the amount of damage we are going to be able to do to the environment before we finally get clapped with consequences that stop us from, utilizing AI as a technology or existing as a species altogether, right? Like, there's a limited amount of damage you can do before, all the water is gone, or, the planet is too hot, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
What's the toll being paid?
My family that's depended upon the water source here for, 100 years to run their business, will that be gone and force us out of business in the next 5 years?
Right.
This is what Kevin O'Leary and others are failing to take into consideration. And I think by better messaging and showing you actually care about these concerns, you'd have a lot less pushback, at least from rational individuals.
Yeah. Well, so here's the next charge. And I think this is probably the one that has sparked probably the most...
Sparked?
Sparked. Get it? The most outrage. Data centers raise power costs for the locals.
New data centers are driving up utility bills in at least 13 states. This analysis found Americans who live near data centers are paying as much as 267% more for energy than 5 years ago. And in the next 5 years, the amount of energy consumed by commercial buildings like data centers...
Yeah, also, like, that's a great point, Paladin Lost. Kevin O'Leary has absolutely not spent, like, a long time working on this AI data center bullshit. Like, Kevin O'Leary is an investor. He's a businessman. He doesn't... Like business people don't give a fuck about learning the integral details of, like, their different business ventures. When you're someone as rich as Kevin O'Leary, you pay someone to know that shit. Like, Kevin doesn't know what he's doing. He's just jumping on the AI bandwagon, same as every other entrepreneur.
In Georgia will more than double.
Data centers will add billions of dollars to costs to electricity rates in Georgia if we don't get better protection than we have right now.
What does that mean? So let me do this really quickly. The verdict, mostly true. I want to say true, but it's really mostly true, and I'll tell you why. Clips like that are very, very misleading. This is part of the problem that I'm trying to fix by doing a segment like this. And there'll need to be many more of these as we go, right? This isn't just a one-stop fix. But I hate the fear-mongering. I want to understand what the actual threats are so that we can address them.
I hate the fear mongering about bills that are going up in states that have built AI data centers. I hate the fear mongering, though. It's not fear mongering. That's just an inconvenient fact for you to have to deal with.
Don't want to have some fictitious threat so we overreact and show up with, guns to people's houses and start shooting them up, which is what happened. Okay? According to the analysis by Bloomberg, electricity now costs as much as 267% more for a single month than it did 5 years ago in areas located near significant data center activity.
Now, part of the question here, which maybe he'll get to in a minute, but I think many of us would be okay with increased power consumption from industry, right? So long as it wasn't further destroying our environments and was reaping us collective benefits, right? If this meant that everyone would be housed, or everyone would be fed, or everyone could go to college, or everyone could have healthcare, that would be a pretty acceptable cost. 267% more electricity, but everyone gets healthcare? Okay. But the problem here is that AI isn't actually benefiting any of us. AI is not a useful or cost-effective thing. Companies have fired workers over the potential cost saving of a hypothetical AI. But part of the problem is AI is not good enough to replace human labor. AI is incompetent and can be abused in numerous different ways that cost companies colossal amounts of money. There are stories of AI agents throwing away an entire company's accounting department on a just because it had a little goof 'em up. Part of the problem here is it's incompetent, can't do what it's being what is being said it can do, and also is more expensive. And I think this reality is ultimately what's going to catch up with the AI industry. And that is that when we actually break down the cost, how much does it cost for these companies to provide these AI services, to train their models, to develop new models? The costs are exponential. There is, as far as I know, no AI company right now is turning a profit. They are all running at astronomical losses that are not sustainable. None of them have been able to create an AI agent capable of replacing a worker to the degree that a company is willing to pay them $10,000 a year instead to save themselves $90,000 on an employee, right? No company has done that. And that's a huge problem for the AI industry because they need that cash revenue. And if they aren't replacing all the jobs with AI, then it turns out we're doing the same work worse and it costs us more money. And at some point, those chickens come home to roost for the companies that have been paying to use these AI services. For example, you're seeing the shift happen right now. You're seeing this shift, this turnover, going from unlimited usage of different AI models, proprietary AI models, and a shift to per query cost, right? And that shift is driving a profound change in how people are utilizing AI at companies. Because let's just say you have to write a 25-page essay, right? To demonstrate how this goes. It doesn't really matter how good the essay is, so long as it gets written, right? And a lot of people are willing to say, well, I'm not paying for this AI model, so I'll just have it generate a 25-page paper for me. And people are then like, well, I didn't pay anything for this, so, it's good enough. But that idea of it's just good enough really stops being the case once people have to pay $5, $15, $25, $50 to generate that same 25-page error-ridden report. Right? Like, once you start attaching a monetary value to that it's going to cost the actual person who's pushing that button, suddenly they're not so willing to push that button anymore. And that's kind of like the issue here, right? The entire industry is heading towards this fucking iceberg.
Their report was put out in 2025. The data that they were pulling from was 2020 through 2024. ChatGPT didn't come online until November of 2022. Why are you pulling 2020, 2021, and all of 2022 that had nothing to do, or very little to do, with data center usage driven by AI ramp up? And claiming that the data centers with this AI stuff, guys, it's just crazy. It's like, listen, you're pulling a bunch of years that could have other things impacting the price of electricity. And by the way, that 267% is not the retail price. That is the wholesale price. That doesn't mean that you're going to have a one-to-one increase for this. In fact, you've seen a much different story being told. And that's why I'm saying it's mostly true, because the fact is that you will see some increases in energy prices. Whether it's 10%, 20%, 100%, 200%, we need to figure out what that number really is and stop with the conflating of these things. And final thought in that clip.
I love how this guy has independently arrived at the idea that, hey, wait a minute, sometimes there are other variables when we're looking at historical trends and economic data, which is a good point. You should be aware of that. But also, it's pretty easy to track why electrical grids might be taxed more now as opposed to back then. In particular, due to power usage on the grid, which is trackable. Right? God.
From ABC, she said, to kind of drive home the point that data centers are bad, is that she said from commercial buildings like data centers are going to double the amount of electricity consumed in the state. So now you're lumping in every single commercial building built in the state and data centers. Well, what percent?
I'm sorry.
Kind of drive home the point that data centers are bad, is that she said from commercial buildings like data centers are going to double the amount of electricity consumed in the state. So now you're lumping in every single commercial building built in the state and data centers. Well,
yeah, because industry takes up by far most of our electrical generation. It takes much electricity to move big machine.
What percentage is data centers? Because that's the conversation we're having.
Yeah, what percentage of power uses from data centers? What percentage of power is used by AI data centers? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the IEA, International Energy Association. On it. So, wait, all AI. I want to see, like, just generally. Tell me. Okay. Here we go. This is better. Specific to the US. What we know about energy use at US data centers amid the AI boom. This is an article from October 24th of 2025 from Pew Research Center. Let's take a look here. Boop. How much energy do data centers use? Let's see. Electricity consumption at US data centers is expected to more than double by 2030. So, see, total U.S. electrical consumption hit a record high in 2024. That ceiling could rise if data centers continue expanding at the current pace. U.S. data centers consumed 183 terawatt hours of electricity in 2024, according to IEA estimates. That works out to more than 4% of the country's total electricity consumption last year. It is roughly equivalent to the annual electricity demand of the entire nation of Pakistan. By 2030, this figure is projected to grow by 133% to 426 terawatt hours, rather. So that's how much. Maybe might account for almost 10% of our usage by 2030. That's a really big bump up. That's a huge bomb to drop on any kind of localized electrical grid. It's like, I just don't... Of course that's going to affect the generator needs of an electrical company.
Right now, because certainly you're not telling me you're going to stop them from building every other commercial building in the state of Georgia, right? I don't think that's what you're going to say. So let's have an honest conversation about it and not cherry pick this information to prove a point and say it's going to cost billions of dollars. Okay, that sounds bad. Over how many people? What does that actually come out to? Because I would like to avoid it, but I need to know what kind of a level of threat this is. What DEFCON are we at here? And another study by Carnegie, and I like this one a little bit more, Carnegie Mellon indicated consumer price increases up to 25% by 2030. That's a much more concrete number because it's going to consumers, what consumers are going to have to pay. That's a big number, 25%, but it's not 267%. So it matters what these numbers actually are. And in a lot of cases, it's not 25%, and it's not driven by data centers either.
That was the high number near regional activity. And
that makes a lot of sense because if you do have a lot of these clustered together, like in Virginia, that's a huge hotspot for this. Like I would have a lot of concerns if I was a Virginian.
For sure. And the best indicator that we could find when we were looking at this
cherry picking is driving me insane.
Of the amount attributable in power increase prices to AI and data centers itself was like 15 to 20% of the price
of the increase.
Yeah. Because in 2024 in that giant grid, PJM or the PMJ grid, whichever that one is in the East, it was like a $57 increase over the year. Most of that was due to natural gas and other energy increase in prices. But then there was also the capacity increase, which is you just don't have enough capacity to meet the demand. And most of that was driven by new data center build. And that was only like 15 to 20% of the added price. But the concern is that increased 400% year over year, which was a big outlier. So if that continues and they project that it will, then you could have major problems that would need to be addressed by forcing these companies to pay for the build out or forcing these companies to
subsidize the rest of the people around there. Yeah. And I think that's a very reasonable thing. And honestly,
yeah, it's a very reasonable thing, but they're hiding it from the community. They are deliberately hiding their water usage, their electrical usage. They are hiding their method of heat dispersal. They are dumping toxic waste into community water supplies. These are all some pretty big costs, and they are all being built so quickly in order to avoid having to take responsibility for any of those things. The idea being, once we have the data center built, well, then what are you going to do? You're going to tear it down? Nah, you're not going to do that. We'll just pay a fine after the fact and we'll be okay. It's just the rich getting off the hook for breaking the law. That's all it is.
The White House has actually come out in favor of that. They either produce their own power or they subsidize and protect the consumers around them, as well as all of the big tech companies that want to build the data centers and use that technology anyway, the hyperscale.
Also, the big tech companies are the ones building the data centers. Like the big tech companies need data centers in order to function. They have complex agreements with the companies that are building the data centers and who are leasing out the data centers. These are complicated business arrangements, but it really boils down to just a wild slush of investor money, and they're running out of money. This is not sustainable. The amount of money they are burning through is inconceivable to the average person.
Everybody is like, yes, we'll do that. They need to do that. So one thing I want you to understand too, in theory, data center activity could actually decrease overall costs once the grid updates are complete.
Yeah, exactly, Kirkney. Like the residents of Lake Tahoe, Utah. They had to, as a city of like 50,000 people, find a different electrical company to try and keep the lights on because their current electrical company went to capacity to serve a local AI data center.
Now that's in theory, and that's over the long term, right? So the
We've
short
seen
term,
stuff like this happen before, though.
Yeah,
where the more power that's being output decreases the price per kilowatt hour.
right. So you end up paying less, and some places are seeing less. That's the problem that I have with this. I looked at a California study that said it's absolutely not tied to data center at all. And I think they were either the number 2 or 3 state. I think they were in the top 5 of states with data centers, which makes sense with Silicon Valley. They were saying actually it's because of the environmental policies of the state and other factors, not data centers, that's driving this cost. But I think it would not resonate very well with people to say, well,
It's other factors. We're not going to tell you guys what other factors. Just take our word for it. It's other factors.
Centers aren't going to drive the cost. They are going to drive up some costs, but you need to know what percent. We just told you it's 15% roughly of a 25% increase. That's not the same thing as it's responsible for a 25% increase. So in the short term, yes, there are going to be some increases. In the long term, very plausible to say that there will be decreases in this. And for
how? It's very plausible to say there will be decreases in energy usage from AI data centers. The only way that's plausible is if we tap out and there is a fucking crash in the AI industry, which is absolutely in my mind. It's coming. It's coming, folks. But like, if those data centers like continue to be used, they're continuing to build more. The cost is going to keep going up the longer that they build more and keep bringing more online. It's that simple. It's not a difficult equation to figure out.
Other reasons, I think this is a short-term problem that I'll address here in a minute.
Once you have that grid completely built out, then your fixed costs are spread over more usage.
Right.
So you don't have to recoup your fixed cost in a fewer number of customers.
Yeah, there's some CapEx that you have to go out and kind of recover. But once that's recovered, guess what? Now you have infrastructure built that we've been clamoring for anyway.
The problem is if you're charging in the short term to build out that structure and you're putting that price per kilowatt hour on the mainstream consumer.
Yeah, you can't raise people's bills that much.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
And that bill is being raised, by the way, in order to benefit fucking investors. The same kinds of investor capital that strip Toys R Us for parts is coming to strip you for parts. That's part of what this AI investment scheme is doing. It's why your local communities are getting ripped apart by this AI nonsense.
Say this will bring electricity prices down. There's a very real possibility in the future based on, historical data that will happen.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest with this, that there's going to be some short-term pain that we're going to try to fix to address.
Both sides need to be a little bit more transparent about what they're saying. Not the sales pitch stuff, not the head.
Both sides. One side, a powerful multi-billion-dollar corporation and conglomeration of investor money to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars. The other side, a handful of farmers in the middle of nowhere. This is an equal conversation.
Headline stuff, just give us the actual facts. Okay, here's another charge, and then we're going to do chat here in just a little bit. Data centers they're a public nuisance.
Whether it's daytime or the dead of night, there is no such thing as peace and quiet in this Sterling neighborhood. Here's why.
What does that sound like?
This data center is the only one in Virginia powered by gas turbines. It's hoped the facility will eventually be able to connect to Dominion electric lines. But for at least several more years, 8 turbines are whining away all day and night.
That is a problem for the local government, right? You're
right. Which is why all of these angry people are showing up at their local government functions to try and shut these
fucking plants down. Verdict. All industries cause noise. Airports, planes. That's why I said, what does it sound like? Sounds like a jet engine, either sitting at some form of idle or maybe just above it on
Well,
a
it sounds
runway.
like a jet engine right next to you, though.
Yeah.
There's how many airports are built right next to houses and in neighborhoods? How many
San Diego
videos do you
Airport
see?
is built downtown, and it's a big problem.
Yeah, a lot of people. So I'm saying this is not unique. So if you have a problem with
this is novel, though. This new
not
novel.
This isn't unique. You should have known that an AI data center was going to create an unlivable amount of noise 24/7 forever. Duh. You all should have foreseen that this was going to create an amount of noise that can be heard for miles around. Duh. Which also, of course, Big Rackle, brings me to my next point, which is that we have regulations on the noise emitted by industry. Like, if you're talking about airports, there are ordinances and regulations around how airports can be utilized that take the public into account. Building codes near airports are different. There are different regulations to give them more soundproofing. You know, depending on, newer construction and all that, of course. But like, the idea here that like, oh well, you all just shouldn't have lived next to the loud, AI factory, Fivehead. People don't have a concept of how much noise that makes. God.
And it kind of is.
It's
People
not.
don't live next to airports because they know about the noise. Data
No, I
centers, they
understand
don't
that.
expect the
some
noise.
Some airports have even moved because of it. The MCAS Miramar, Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego County, they had to move
Railroads,
much of their stuff because
with trains, highways, with trucks, like there's noise all
those
over the
are
place.
just
You have
expected.
ordinances. Yeah, it's expected. Fine.
Yeah.
But if you have a problem with any noise being created in your community, I wouldn't love that. I don't know how far away they went. Like, I've actually gone through this process with a township, in Amherst Township, going to build a motocross course, and I had to go through and show them. I had to get.
You went through this process to build a motocross course? Okay. Totally normal thing to do.
A decibel reader and show them how much noise was being created by us talking in the room and how much noise that people would hear at the nearest property from the motocross course on one day a week. And they're like, oh, okay, that's fine. If you're talking about a data center that should be able to hook up to power lines, what they should have done is say, hey, you can't run 10 jet engines or whatever it was, 8, these turbines. You can't run these turbines. Like, you just kind of have to wait until you can connect to power, or you have to build somewhere else or use some other source of power for it, because these guys, this is a noise ordinance issue. That's just a common failure. It's not like every one of them, because guess what she said? It's the only one in the state operating like that. One.
Also, it's the only one in the state. Okay, sure. But also, what benefit is actually being provided by these AI data centers in any of the towns in which they exist? Like, chat, say an AI data center opens in your town. What is the benefit to the town? Exactly. Like, what does the town get out of that? Spicy water? Nothing positive? Yeah, there aren't any benefits. It's not like it's going to provide a massive amount of jobs long term. It's not like a factory opening up where like people are in the area are going to be able to go there and like find good paying jobs with healthcare and be able to like build a home and have kids and stuff. Like, that's not what an AI data center does. And like, there's no economic activity outside of like the AI data center paying like its land lease or like, paying some kind of fee to the city to operate on its land. But like, that's not really a huge benefit. Any business taking up that land would have to pay the same. But it would actually like employ people and keep money circulating in the local economy. Like, there's nothing benefiting the town in this arrangement. Like, you get the noise pollution, you get the water usage, you get like the actual pollution, you get like you get all of the downsides, none of the upsides. And who's getting the who's getting the benefits? It's the richest motherfuckers on the planet. That's who gets the benefits. Doesn't stay local.
Is highlighted as the problem. Make sure that doesn't happen. But please don't make it sound like all data centers sound like that. Because
all data centers don't sound like that, but a certain amount of them do.
They don't. Now, here's the thing. There are a lot of positive benefits from this, and I want to point you to some good sources for this. The Moonshots podcast is great at pitching a very pro-human, positive future incorporating AI.
Patrick Oroma, thank you.
These guys they have what they call X prizes, that they go all over the world. They try to solve problems. They give a prize to people in the tens of millions of dollars sometimes to go and solve problems using AI and technology that will help everyday people everywhere in the world. They have been at the forefront of a lot of this. Now, they invest in stuff too. They're MIT graduates, some of them, a couple of Harvard guys, like very, very smart people who want a pro-humanity future. That's why I said Emod's your guy. He's a guest that comes on there, but Emod goes out and talks to a lot of other people on different podcasts about how to sustainably make sure we transition well. Yeah, I don't like all of his ideas, but he's focused on human beings and making sure that civilization doesn't just fall apart because of this, because nobody wants that in this group. There may be some other people.
You know, this might sound a bit controversial yet brave, but my opinion is we shouldn't embrace technology that actively makes our lives worse. You know, like we could invent like a collar for humans that shocks us whenever we get horny, but like only a certain percentage of people want that or would use it. Forcing everybody to use said shock collar would be bad. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't like be building our entire economy on the idea that everyone's going to want to use the collar that shocks you when you're horny. That's a bad idea. But we have trillions of dollars now going into the collar that shocks you when you're horny. And like that isn't going to go well when our entire economy is now built on the collar that shocks you when you're horny and no one wants it.
AI data centers have to do with the transition of power. They change the laws. AI can become the power companies you buy power from. Petrodollar collapses and CIA stablecoin replaces. This goes deep.
No, like, AI is not going to do that. Right? Thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it, Peace Earth. But like, AI as it exists is just not a thinking machine. It is something that approximates human behavior. But it does not think, it doesn't have ideas, all it does is process through an enormous amount of information and then spit out a statistically likely desired answer. That's it. That's it. It's not capable of like changing the laws and like becoming power companies and like collapsing the none of this. None of this is possible for the technology.
People who are like, whatever, light the candle and see what happens. That's not these guys. Peter Diamandis is another guy, David Blunden, Salim Ismail, all of those guys. They're trying to see what can we accomplish.
But you could also just like not waste your time on that and instead put your efforts into non-AI related things that are actually going to be useful.
And how do we make sure that in accomplishing that, we do not ruin society and humanity? They have different opinions. They have different ways of looking at stuff. They're not all, I know Peter's not somebody who believes in God at all, so he probably comes at this from a different perspective than I would as somebody who does. But this conversation is happening. This isn't some random podcast. They get hundreds of thousands of views on every one of their videos. They're flying all over the world, hosting symposiums. doing the X Prize like I talked about. They're connected to all the government. They're speaking at Davos, trying to tell people to make sure, governments and companies alike, to make sure that they factor this in when they're talking about this fun growth thing. Like, there's a lot of opportunity, but you have to do it right. These conversations are happening. So the people that are telling you they're not, they're lying. Now, they're lying maybe by not knowing. Maybe they don't know these conversations are happening, or they're doing it on purpose. And that pisses me off because I want a lot of the positives that can come from AI. And I want to have real conversations about this. Lane and I do this all the time because Lane comes from a different perspective.
Well, like, you want all the positives that come with AI. What positives? What, like, we have watched now this entire 30 minutes, and he hasn't described any significant positives that you might want. Like, the positives of what? You don't have to write an article? You don't have to go through the work and, like, come together with a presentation? Like, what positive is so great that you think it justifies spending thousands of dollars when you could be paid like $50 for an hour of work? Because, like, that's kind of what's happening right now, right? The actual cost of having AI employees is massively more than having just paid employees. Yeah, here is from Fortune from April 28th. Take a quick gander at this. Yeah. The cost of compute is far beyond the costs of the employees. NVIDIA executive says right now AI is more expensive than paying human workers. That's a problem when your entire business model is predicated on undercutting human labor. And, like, as they start charging more and more for this AI nonsense, it stops looking like look at all these benefits, and starts looking like, why am I paying astronomically more to get work with shoddier workmanship and also, like, higher prices? Yeah, like, I don't know. What are the benefits? You don't have to write your breakup text? I don't know. The benefits are just cowardice and, like, the dying of your social skills? That sounds bad.
Than I do. And I think it's very necessary to have conversations like we have, where you say, hey, I'm worried that this is going to end civilization as we know it. The purposelessness of human beings, if X, Y, and Z happen in AI, is very troubling. And it is to.
Also, can we just, like, take a moment? To the people who think, like, well, in the future, humans would have to do any work because AI would cater to all of our needs. What a sad, miserable existence in your mind. You know? Like, what a pathetic way to comport yourself as a human being. You're the the beneficiary of, like, hundreds of thousands of years of your ancestors surviving, millions of years prior to any recognizable kind of human, right? And instead of, like, sitting in the wonder of your existence, instead of, like, partaking of the, you know, rituals and ideas that we have inherited, instead of doing any of that, instead of utilizing your free will, your intellect, your logic, instead of doing any of that and, like, creating art and communicating with others and, like, building meaningful relationships, instead you sit there and you think, well, the machines have done all of our work and now we can do nothing. And I guess our species will just die. Like, I don't know. I think more of humans than that. I think human beings are generally pretty great, and that we're curious. We want to know more about what's going on in the universe. We want to know more about what's going on inside each of our own universes. Your mind, dear viewer, is forever unreachable to me in any empirical sense. I have no idea what you guys think. I have no idea what you guys believe. Because all I know is my own mind, my own mental processes. I don't know yours. And so it is an internal struggle to actually communicate and understand one another and build that common trust and sense of decency towards one another. And that, I think, is a beautiful part of humanity. This constant struggle to know one another and to be known. This constant struggle to explore the unknown, both within ourselves, within others, and out in the world. And I think that that's a really great aspect of us. And to say, well, I guess if all of our needs were met, human creativity would just die. I don't know. I think if all of my needs were met, I would still want to make art. I'd still want to talk about ideas. I'd still want to build an even better life for those who come after. I think doing shit together is cool. And the people who sit back and they're like, well, AI will take care of all that. What an impoverished worldview.
Me as well, right? But if you don't have anybody pushing back on it, you can't have these conversations. But we don't need people to run to the extreme of it's going to be Armageddon because of this. And we don't need people running to the opposite extreme saying there's not going to be any problems. It's going to be utopia. Nobody's going to work and it's going to be great. And you're going to...
Yeah, true. Dragonfly, that is, I think, a true horrific ending for the species. Stagnation. An unending misery of our own making. And almost, I have no mouth and I must scream style of continuance into the future. Where all of our needs are provided to us by AI. And we are undying, unchanging, unable to perceive anything except our own suffering. That is the kind of world that AI perverts want for us. And I don't know. I don't think AM is aspirational.
all the money in the world. Yeah, that's ever been a thing. That's not true. So stop lying to people. Stop sensationalizing and just simply have the conversations based on the facts.
Oh, you're still here? And you're still...
No, we're good. We're good. We're done. We're done with this. Yeah, Wall-E was kind of a... I don't know, deeply cynical film about the human condition and the human species, right? I just don't think humanity would ever become what Wall-E imagines. Yeah, we're free. We made it through. I don't know, man. Nothing bums me out quite like people who dick ride for AI. I have had the conversations based on the facts. That's why I hate AI with a burning passion. Hell yeah. Also, congrats on Dragonfly working within her local Dems to include a bunch of anti-AI language in the platform for Washington Dems. Appreciate you, Dragonfly. You're an example of what people can do when they join up with their local Dems and organize. Folks, get involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA, get involved with Progressive Victory. We have links to Progressive Victory down below in the description, and if you want to join your local Dems or your local DSA and don't know how, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. We want people to get involved because it's very important we start using all the levers of power available to us in order to make the change we want to see happen in the world, because we gotta. I know it's inconvenient, but we gotta. There are fascist goons in masks running around, ripping people out of their homes. We got concentration camps being built on our shores. We got AI data centers stealing the water and electricity from entire regions. We've got huge problems, and we need people to get politically involved so that we get huge solutions. All right? We cannot band-aid our way out of this problem. So folks, get involved. We'll help you do it. All right? And also, I will just say, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about are you an AI pervert? Are you an AI gooner? Are you an AI abhorrer? Let me know. What are you in the comments, all right? And why? Also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary people. Check it out. It is sexy, comfortable lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Whew. We did it. We did it, folks. AI is like gross. I agree. AI is like gross. Now, we have been officially going now for 5.5 hours. If you have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible, and I genuinely could not make it happen without your continued support. So thank you all very, very much. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click click button. Click Poof. There we go, folks. We did it. We're making progress. Poof. How y'all doing? Doing okay? You eating good? Squish. Press the button like 3 hours ago. Hell yeah. Wait, how many likes do we have? I haven't even looked at the number. Oh, chat, you're doing so good. You're doing so good. You guys, there are like 350 of you in chat, and we've got 325 likes. That's almost 100% like ratio. Well done. I'm very impressed. Hell, even vertical chat has 83 likes. We doing it. We doing the thing. Oh. Oof. We get a gold star. You guys do. You guys do. You guys do. All right. Now, I am really tired. So I think after 5.5 hours, I'm going to go get some sleep. But tomorrow, I would really like to play some more Mina the Hollower. So I'm going to try and organize several relatively quick segments that we can do. And then the rest of the night be some Mina the Hollower time. So we'll have a little bit of politics and a little bit of Mina the Hollower, and we'll be able to go on our merry way. Yeah. Appreciate all y'all. But yeah, make sure you come back tomorrow. We'll have more like content tomorrow. Okay? Yeah, also California primary tomorrow, folks. Make sure you get out for Chakrabati if you're in the area, you know. That game looks fun. It's super fun. Good night, folks. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye.